Oh boys. Oh boys. Wow, let's turn the tunes down a little bit. Oh my days. What a topic of conversation we have for us today, boys and girls. Oh my god, oh my god. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Happy election day, sad election day. Happy multiboxing day, sad multiboxing day. We will get to all of that. Oh boy, do we have some stuff to talk about today. Coffee Club, first and foremost, shout out to you guys. Good morning to you, welcome. I've started the stream with the microphone on this time because I am an absolute genius. Good morning everybody, welcome. I'm a Walnut. Hector, Horror, Roscoe Power, John Smith, Fritz. Good morning all of you, morning, good morning. I probably missed some of you. White Hatted Merc, good morning, welcome to you all. Taylan, good morning. Limited edition, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. Wow! So this was an interesting piece of news that I got late last night. Obviously, disadvantage of living in the EU is that all of the big news happens just as I'm about to go to bed. But yeah, I guess we're gonna have to talk about multiboxing a little bit today, aren't we? I think we are. Oh boy. I took a little bit of a look at the WoW economy subreddit just to see how it's popping off there. Oh dear, poor Gumdrops, man. He's got his work cut out for him over there today. This wow, where was the thread? Here we go. Here we go. Oh, poor Gumdrops. 3 permanent bans, 4 temporary bans. Don't be a dick. Well, it's likely to be a very hot topic of conversation today. Absolutely nothing is on fire. Exactly. This is the case. We've got a lot to talk about. Firstly, what am I talking about? I mean, you guys probably are all fully aware, but Blizzard has made some significant, I would say significant changes to multiboxing. It is not completely dead. Multiboxing is not illegal. You are not going to get banned for multiboxing. Let me make that very, very clear. If you see somebody multiboxing in the game, you are still not allowed to report them for the act of multiboxing. Multiboxing is still perfectly acceptable in Blizzard's eyes. What is not acceptable in Blizzard's eyes is the use of third-party software to assist you with it. So, what are we talking about? Let's look at it in a little bit more detail. Firstly, let's look at Blizzard's official post on the matter. That's going to really that's what we should really focus on. Let me get my Wowhead notes in order. Where did it go? Here we go. Policy update. This is the one. Let's go with the official post. So let's take a look. Policy update for input broadcasting software. This is the crux of the matter, and this is where a distinction very definitely needs to be made. Multiboxing as a method of playing the game is not bannable. Input broadcasting software is potentially going to be bannable. That's the change. But let's have a quick read of what Blizzard say. So, as World of Warcraft has evolved, our policies have also evolved to support the health of the game and the needs of the players. We've examined the use of third-party input broadcasting software, which allows a single keystroke or action to be mirrored across multiple game clients. We've seen an increasingly negative impact to the game as this software is used to support botting and automated gameplay. The use of input broadcasting software that mirrors keystrokes to multiple World of Warcraft game clients will soon be considered an actionable offence. You've got to be very careful with the wording that they've used in this. We will break it down in a minute. So, we believe this policy is in the best interests of the game and the community. We will soon be issuing warnings to all players who are detected using input broadcasting software to mirror commands to multiple accounts at the same time, often used for multiboxing. Interesting how they put this in brackets. With these warnings, we intend to notify players that they should not be using this software whilst playing World of Warcraft. Soon thereafter, the warnings will escalate to account actions, which can include suspension and, if necessary, permanent closure of the World of Warcraft accounts. We strongly advise you to cease using this type of software immediately to maintain uninterrupted access to World of Warcraft. Thank you for your understanding. So, what do we take from this? The wording of this is very, very political. And okay, maybe I shouldn't use the word political on a day like today, of all days. It's intentionally vague, and it's basically there to say that we're doing something, but we're not doing everything. Simply because Blizzard don't want to shoot themselves in the foot, because multiboxing is still a profitable venture as far as Blizzard are concerned. They don't want to completely disallow you having multiple accounts. Too late to dump your stock in IS Boxer. We'll get to IS Boxer specifically in a minute. But what really needs to be emphasised is the art of multiboxing, or the art of having multiple different accounts in World of Warcraft, is not bannable. It is simply using third-party software to, in essence, there's one sentence in this that really frustrates me, and I'll explain you why. So where is it? Yes, and we've seen an increasingly negative impact to the game as this software is used to support botting and automated gameplay. The problem is that 90% of people that multibox in World of Warcraft are doing so using one of two pieces of software. There's a piece of software called IS Boxer. There's also a piece of software called, Hotkeynet or something. I can't remember what the other one is. It's basically a free version. These two pieces of software do not provide you any automation or botting. Hotkeynet, yeah, there we go. Neither of those two pieces of software give you the ability to automate or bot the activities that you're doing. They simply allow this mirroring system, so that you press a button on your keyboard and it goes to your primary screen. It is then sent to others so that your other characters respond in a similar fashion. Obviously, Blizzard has decided that that's something that that's where they want to draw the line on it. But the fact that they've gone out there to say that this software supports botting and automated gameplay is inherently not totally true. You're still there, you're still playing the game. The difference is that you're just having the advantage of playing across multiple instances of the game at once. It is not automated, it is not botting. Automation and botting are very, very different. And that has always been bannable. Any sort of automation or botting has always been bannable, and nothing has changed in that regard. So this one sentence is likely there simply to give people the It's basically to suggest that multiboxing is a form of botting, when it's not. Multiboxing is multiboxing. Kind of a little bit of a frustration there. But yeah, the fact that they're going to, it's a soft rollout. It's not an instant, oh, you're using some third-party software, we're going to ban you. It's a soft rollout. They're going to issue warnings first, then they're going to offer suspensions, and then if they absolutely have to, account closures. What should we say are my initial first thoughts on this? Am I concerned? Not really. My only real frustration was the fact that I've already purchased 8 copies of Shadowlands to potentially do some multi-boxing myself in Shadowlands, which I will likely now not be doing. Multi-boxing, though, going forward will still be a thing, and this is why I don't think that many changes are actually going to occur. The problem is, though, that anytime somebody sees a multi-boxer, or a multi-boxer is just going to get constantly harassed in game. And Blizzard have given people, the general community, the fuel to be able to do that, which I think is a bit unfair, because multiboxing as a entity is still perfectly viable. What has the chat got to say about this? You have to grow a few more arms, then it's easy. True. Isn't mirroring just a kind of botting? Well, it's it's like, is poking somebody in the arm kind of murder? It's not really, no. That's the thing. Like, it was perfect. It was accepted within Blizzard's terms of service, and so it's fine. Let's have a look. Arguably, mirroring is automation for the instances of the game that receives the mirrors. Not necessarily, because it's not automation. You are still pressing a key for something to happen. Yeah. How many times does that action happen, I suppose? I think the majority of the player base has a large dislike for this, and it is unfair. I would consider a computer automating your button presses. Across multiple versions of the same program opened is definitely botting. Its interpretation, this is the problem. This is the big problem, that people's interpretation of what botting is different. And this is why it's caused so much aggro over the years. Could you try and get a refund on your gold spent? I probably could. Can't wait for the WoW subs to drop by a quarter. Oh, could you imagine? Could you imagine if Blizzard went bankrupt because of this? Depends on what the weapon for poking is and how many times and with what force. Exactly. There's variables at play here. Variables at play. Yes, you can get a refund. I'm quite aware that you can go and get refunds, and we'll see what I decide to do. The term multi-boxing implies input broadcasting, doesn't it? Semantics. Yeah, this is the thing. This is the thing. It's all something. One thing I would highly suggest that before people go completely crazy mental about this is take a quick look at what Blizzard then subsequently decided to post a few hours later. Multi-boxing is not bannable. Blizzard clarifies terms of service measures taken to prevent botters and cheaters. Obviously Blizzard themselves saw the shitstorm that exploded after that initial update. And they've gone as far as to clarify it if we look at the officialness of this. So here you can see they were basically stating multi-boxing updated 9 hours ago. Is multi-boxing allowed? I want to report a player for multi-boxing. These are two things that are commonly suggested as common problems. So, multi-boxing or playing multiple Warcraft accounts at once is not a violation of terms of use. Please note, however, that the use of input broadcasting software may incur penalties. Ultimately, this means that very little has changed. If you have one character that sat on the auction house, doing some auction housey stuff, while your main character is out there doing your dailies, your world quests, waiting for a battleground to pop, whatever the case may be, that is still 100% perfectly acceptable way to play the game. And all it really means is it's putting in a stronger emphasis on not using third-party software. That's realistically the case here. So I pretty much just dual box when gathering and don't need to broadcast. It's handy but not necessary. Man, I'm tired of Blizzard pruning the game to play it our way. This is one thing we should really highlight. There is still the possibility and equally the very high probability that you will still see 5 druids flying along, landing near a herb node, collecting that herb node, and then flying away. The difference is they've just been slowed down. Having a piece of software on your computer running in the background to allow you to press a button on your keyboard and for it to go to multiple different instances of the game was just a nice convenience. It made the process quicker, it made the process easier. You can still very comfortably achieve the same thing without that third-party piece of software. So this is going to be the thing. Multi-boxing will still exist to a fashion. It will, if anything, it will go back to what it was only a year or two ago. It will be a very niche thing that very few players are willing to take the time and the effort and potentially even the real life cost to attempt to do. For example, only a couple of years ago, multi-boxing was considerably more difficult than it is now. Only over the last few years have people been able to basically install IS Boxer and basically be up and running in about 5-10 minutes. It used to be a lengthy process of setting it all up, making sure your windows were all configured properly, whereas now the software to do it is a lot more one-click, instant setup, and you're away. Which is why we've seen a huge influx. It's much easier to multi-box nowadays than what it used to be. So when it was more beneficial for some people to do it, yeah, there was a huge influx. Now it will go back to being more of a niche thing that you're really going to have to put some time and effort. You're going to have to create macros in games. You're going to potentially have to use add-ons in games to achieve a lot of the functionality that you had before. Consider it, we talk about barriers to entry for professions a lot on this channel recently. Consider this now to be a barrier to entry to people that actually want to continue multiboxing. The fact that Blizzard are trying to create a heavy link between multiboxers and botters is kind of frustrating, because that is not fair, because a lot of people that multibox legitimately and are not using any automation software and are not actually botting by the terminology that Blizzard implies for botting, are now just being painted with a bad brush, which I think is unfair. I don't think Blizzard should have made. I mean, Blizzard needed to give a reason to why they're doing this, and it's so that they can. It's ultimately, we got to remember the reason this has happened is because it's getting harder and harder and harder for Blizzard to detect bots. Blizzard does something to detect a bot, and then the botting software does something to keep one step ahead. It's a game of cat and mouse constantly between Blizzard and botters, and the problem becomes is that it's being increasingly more difficult for Blizzard to detect what a bot is. And so the resulting factor of that is that they're going to have to just say, right, well, if we see multiple, if we see third-party broadcasting software running, we're just going to assume you're botting, whether it's actually botting or not. And unfortunately, the people that get caught up in that crosshair are the people that are genuinely multiboxing for the fun of multiboxing, to be able to level multiple accounts, to make it more simplistic to gather materials, that sort of thing. It's just a necessary evil by Blizzard, really, to crack down on botting. Because botting is definitely still an issue, a huge issue. And it's more and more of an issue as time goes on. But yeah. So let's spend a bit of time. Let's look at the chat. What are the chat saying on this? I only get frustrated with the multi-boxer if they take all the hits on the node. If they leave a couple for others, I'm fine with it. The gathering concern is an interesting one. I genuinely feel that you will still see multi-boxing druids flying around taking all the herbs, but the argument stands that a node has 8 spawns. If people have, yeah, I agree. If a multi-boxer takes all of the herbs, it feels kind of unfair, and it affects you negatively directly. If you then get to the herb and you can't get any, it kind of feels bad. I get that. Yeah, I don't really know what to say in regards to that one. It's just the way that the game works, unfortunately. I mean, I find it frustrating that if I'm PvPing and somebody's got twice the level of gear that I have, there's an issue. I was 42 boxing since Legion, 5 boxing since Wrath of the Lich King. This hits me. It hits me much. There are options to still do multi-boxing, but it will not be worth it anymore in the same way. Solo boxing is boring. It's kind of that thing of when you get used to driving a Ferrari, it's very difficult to go back to driving a Ford Fiesta. Yes, I imagine when you live in the luxurious world of 42 boxing, which I think is just beyond crazy in the first place, but sure. Please speculate on Shadowlands mats prices in light of this news. Okay, that's where we're going to take the conversation then. Shadowlands material prices are quite likely to not be. I don't think we will see. If for example, if I open my Queen's Conservatory spreadsheet, this has a list here. This list here is, in essence, all of the materials. Not necessarily exactly how well can you see this? Not necessarily exactly 100% of the materials, but it's most of them. So all the herbs, the leather, the cloth, the enchanting materials, the fish, and the meat. That doesn't quite fit on the screen. These are my estimated prices for the first couple of weeks in Shadowlands for each of the materials. Now, these are not accurate in any way, shape, or form. These are simply guesstimations based on what I've seen as availability of the materials, what I've seen as the potential quantities that are used in professions. Now, like I said, please don't take these prices as gospel. These are just what I kind of guesstimate they will be. So if we look at the two that most people are going to be considering, herbs and ore. Ore, for example, without multi-boxers, you will find will be drip fed into the economy at a slightly slower rate. Instead of having one player dumping 5,000 lacerite ore a day on the auction house, you will just have 10 different people dumping 500 lacerite ore on the auction house every day. The likelihood that there will be an increase or a decrease in materials is actually very slim. In my opinion, this goes for even current materials. Simply on the basis of when somebody sees what was potentially a multi-boxer in the past focusing on a material and dumping, in often some cases, tens of thousands of a single material on the auction house, what it basically did was tell anybody else that was looking to gather that material that they don't need to bother because it's already on the auction house in mass. What will eventually happen is just more people will level a druid, more people will take up herbalism and mining, and more people will go out and do some herbing and mining. The amount of materials we will see will probably... Materials always meets a demand, and it's a fluctuation. So, for example, if at the beginning of an expansion, the materials that we need, let's say lacerite ore. We'll use lacerite ore as our example here. It's the basic Shadowlands ore. It's going to be available in large quantities. It's going to be required in large quantities. If people are not spending enough time farming lacerite ore, it means the average price of that ore on the auction house is going to go up. Because crafters are going to come in, they're going to buy it. They're going to need, the crafters still need it for their crafting, but if there's less of it, it means the price is steadily going to go up as the demand at that point is outweighing the supply. What usually then happens is when the value of a material gets to a certain point, more people start getting interested in it. And either they go and look at, they run off and they go look in their guild bank, see if they've got any lying about. If they've got some lying about, they throw it on the auction house because it's expensive at the moment. Or they jump on their gatherer and they go and farm some of it up and then dump it on the auction house because it's expensive at the moment. What then happens is you get a huge influx of that one material on the auction house very quickly, and an undercutting war happens, and the price of that material goes back down. And so it creates this sort of fluctuation of a balance point. It basically means that for the most part, supply will meet the demand of the material. If there's no demand for that material, the price is just going to keep going down and keep going down as more and more people farm it up and try and sell it. This is what we saw with tide spray linen, for example. For the majority of BFA, tide spray linen was selling. Now people are gonna disagree with this, but if you look at the numbers, it's true. For the majority of Battle for Azeroth, tide spray linen was selling for between 6 to 10 gold. That was the average price of tide spray linen for a long time, and that was because there was constant demand for tide spray linen. Even with multi-boxes farming it all day long, the demand for tide spray linen was super high. People were crafting braces in mass, they wanted expulsum in mass. There was obviously, when we went into, I think it was 9.2, a very high emphasis on people crafting their best in slot crafted gear, and if it didn't have the right stats on it, scrapping it, starting again. That whole process was just burning through expulsum like nobody's business, which is why there was constantly a demand for tide spray linen, and tide spray linen constantly met this demand. when we got into 9.3 and we got towards the end of the game and people considered the game complete, that's when we got to a point where the demand for Thusday linen dramatically dropped. The supply realistically stayed about the same, but what happened was that input was constantly 10,000 being inputted onto the auction house every day, but all of a sudden only 5,000 was leaving the auction house. So it just piled up and piled up and piled up, and in terms of the cost of the Thusday linen, it then steadily dropped to a point where it leveled out at 2 gold, because people realised, well, they can buy it for 2 gold and vendor it and get their money back. So that was kind of the price floor there. Supply and demand usually balances out at some point. And this is why I don't think that multi-boxes not doing their part is going to have much of an effect long term. Sorry, I'm bitter, but Blizzard just seems to be driving gold per hour down to like 5k per hour. I no longer feel like this game is worth paying for with real monies, and rely on paying for tokens with the golds. In the very short term, if you go look on your auction house right now, a lot of the price of materials will have gone up. But this is simply on the basis that people are just multi-boxes don't exist, materials are going to be expensive, I'm going to buy everything. People are just panic buying everything off the auction house right now, so the prices look as if they're inflating. Give it a couple of weeks and they'll be back down to exactly where they are right now. The reality is I genuinely don't think we're going to see much of certainly not long term. There will be no difference in material price long term, as far as I foresee. Multi-boxes, they were very prominently visible to a lot of people, but the actual percentage of them on the scale of an entire realm was not much at all. And the problem, this is one thing I do want to highlight. Michael's just pointed out in chat that the multi-boxes not being able to use their third-party software anymore is not going to stop bots. If anything, it incentivizes bots more, because the bots then are going to find it considerably easier to sell their supply. This is the real shit show of the whole thing, that I don't think a lot of people are considering. People who actively bot the game for their own monetary benefit right now are just absolutely laughing all the way to the bank, because now bots become their adventure is just become way more valuable to them. This is what is a real concern to me. This stopping multi-boxes from doing their thing is actually just promoting the people to bot harder and more efficiently than what they ever could do before. Because the thing that limited a bot's potential was how easily it was for that bot to get rid of the materials or likely sell them on the auction house. Now, without multi-boxes supplying the server with a lot of materials, the bots are just like, well, this is easy game now. We can farm all day, we can farm all night. When the bots put their materials on the auction house, they're going to be snapped up like candy, even more so than what they were before, which is, I don't think is a good thing for obvious reasons. It means that multi-boxers will have to find a new way to make money, but that's a small minority. I think Blizzard's way to encourage more people to do gathering. I need to notepad this, because this is not going to be as simple as a description. But yes, let's look at what current gold methods. Current gold methods that are highly shouted about and what are considered relatively powerful right now, or what has become super prevalent in the last 6 to 12 months. Raw gold farming. Why has raw gold farming become so popular? Raw gold farming has become popular because gathering stopped being popular, or not necessarily popular. Gathering stopped being profitable for the single adventurer out there. Yeah. It's not a fruit. It's not like English is my first language or anything. Leave me alone. Raw gold farming has become super prevalent simply on the basis that it was for most people, or for 90% of the people that wanted to make gold. To you too. Raw gold farming became super prevalent because it was the easiest and simplistic and most reliable way to make gold. That theoretically is still going to be the case, but gathering is now going to see a new shine. Gathering is now going to be back at a position where it was before. A lot of people were turned off from doing gathering, namely collecting herbs and collecting ore, on the basis that multi-boxers were kind of doing that for the economy most of the time. And it meant that most people turned to raw gold farming. I'm going to give you a heads up. I'm going to give you a real heads up. Blizzard does not like this. Why does Blizzard not like raw gold farming? Because it creates an element of inflation that is very difficult for them to manage. Raw gold farming also means they have to spend way more development time doing maths to make sure things like the relic doesn't go crazy. Gathering. My keyboard doesn't work. Blizzard likes this. Blizzard is perfectly happy for people to do gathering all day long, simply because Blizzard, from a mathematical point of view, it is 10 times easier for them to balance the economies if people are gathering than it is if people are raw gold farming. So it's basically swaying the balance. It's swaying the balance away from raw gold farming as being the most viable method of gold making. And let me clarify this for a minute. You've got the raw gold farming is likely, what we're saying, like 15. Open up YouTube and search for Warcraft gold, and you'll find out 15 to 20k is what people claim. In reality, you're looking at maybe 3 to 5k per hour. It is what raw gold farming actually gets you. You might get 3 to 5k in actual increase in gold in your bags after that hour of doing such. You might have another 10 to 15k of possible transmog to sell. This became the most common way for people to start making gold, but that is only because gathering became virtually non-profitable for a single person to do. Gathering, we're looking more so at the case of 15 to 20k, and in reality, 15 to 20k, because you're not getting transmog or anything. You're not getting these super low chance of selling things. So all the people currently that are spending their entire life raw gold farming to perceivably only actually get close to 3 to 5k gold an hour in terms of actual gold, and then reliant on selling transmog, 3 to 5k per hour, we should probably say plus T-Mog, slow selling items, which kind of bumps it back up. But in reality now, people are going to be able to run about, they're going to be able to pick up a bunch of herbs, they're going to be able to pick up a bunch of ore, and they're going to actually reliably be able to throw that on the auction house and quite quickly and quite simply get the gold as the investment. And Blizzard wants to push people more into this sphere of the game than what is currently happened, whereas everybody is in this sphere of the game. That's why I find channels like Students frustrating. Channels like, well, to be fair, Student Albatross, he does his although he primarily farms, he is the least of the concern for me in a lot of cases, because he actively finds fun and engaging ways to play the game whilst also farming. There is not a single video of his where he says he needs the gold. He's not doing it for the gold. He's doing it because he enjoys the competitive nature of the farming. He wants to have get the best piece. He wants to put 20 people together in a zone and try and get that set of glorious leg plates and have made the most amount of gold. It's a competitive thing for him, and it's part of his stream and it's part of his community and that sort of thing. Yes, the videos kind of then get a little bit clickbaity and some people get frustrated by that type of content. But his method of farming is simply just an aspect of playing the game. I've got nothing against that in any way, shape or form. I hate the Druid armies like everyone, but I hate the fact that Blizzard can't solve anything without using a sledgehammer more and more. There is some heavy-handedness, definitely. My frustration with this change to disallowing third-party software is like I said, it's not the fact that it's a thing. I mean, it's Blizzard's game; they can choose to do whatever the hell they want. But I know in my heart of hearts, the reason why they've had to do this is for the fact that it's getting harder and harder for Blizzard to detect who is a bot and who is just multi-boxing and who is playing multiple accounts. So their only way to prevent the bots is to say, right, well, if we detect that there are multiple key presses, all of similar nature coming from the same computer, then we're just going to assume you're botting. We don't then have to prove. Blizzard then don't have to do the due diligence of deciding, well, is this player multi-boxing or is this player botting? They can simply go, right, well, we've detected this, we're just going to ban you, we're going to assume it's a bot, and it's a nice, easy get out of jail free card. Problem is that what's been caught in the crosshair is your standard multi-boxer, which is a shame. But yeah, going forward, I mean, I can't argue. It's going to make Shadowlands very, very interesting. Shadowlands is going to provide many more people the opportunity to make gold, simply on the basis of that there will be a somewhat fairer chance that your materials will sell on the auction house. That is one thing I will say, that multi-boxers did have a bit of a monopoly on when it came to selling materials on the auction house. It was an advantage they had, and I can understand why people feel that it was unfair. Optimized 2x4 is going to get so meta. Yes, I think that is really good point to make. 2x4 farming is now going to be even more prevalent than I believe it was before. With material prices naturally, like I said, there's not going to be. I don't feel there'll be any more materials on the auction house, and I don't feel there'll be any less materials on the auction house. All I feel that will happen is there'll be a greater quantity of people selling that material. Instead of, to put this on screen, instead of one person selling 5,000 of X material, you'll now have 10 people selling 500 of each material. Giving more people a piece of the pie, I guess. And there will still ultimately be, in my opinion, the same amount of materials either way, simply because of the way that supply and demand works. Yes, but more people are going to farm. But if you're a crafter who just buys X, Y, and Z off the auction house to craft something, be prepared to find your match just aren't there. Unfortunately, I entirely disagree. Supply and demand will always balance itself out. There will never be a case where there's no materials on an auction house. Because the second there is no material, or it's even getting close to there being no materials on the auction house, somebody will open their guild bank and they'll dump 1,000 of whatever it is on the auction house to try and snag up a... So one thing you may find is this now makes... auction house goblins are going to love this. Auction house goblins are going to absolutely love this. Auction house goblins now have way more scope for market resets. Way more scope for market resets. So the basis of a market reset is if you have 1,000 of any given material on the auction house selling for 10 gold. So 1,000 material at 10 gold a piece. You have another 500 of that same material at 15 gold a piece. What happens is somebody comes along and they will buy that 1,000 of a material and then they will relist it at 14 gold a piece, which potentially gives that person 4,000 gold profit as and when it sells. It's basically just pushing the price up a little bit. Now the problem that would be in front of many players trying to do this is the fact that there was a very strong possibility that one single character could come in and completely squish that potential. What will only happen now is that maybe one guy will come along and they'll see that somebody's pushed the price to 14 and they'll add their 100 of the material at 13 gold because that's what they were able to farm up quickly and easily. And then somebody else will come along and they'll go, oh, well, that's cool. I'll just post 50 of mine at 12 gold because I'll post mine cheaper to try and get some quick sales. And then this one guy that was here, this one dude that bought the 1,000 materials at 10 gold can actually then come in and just buy these up as well. He buys another 150 and then just adds it to his stack here. And so this is market resetting, and auction house goblins are gonna profit from this huge amounts. It's another scenario, unfortunately, that is completely impossible to prevent in a game like this. But it does mean that the rich goblins will just get richer from this. Rich goblins will always get richer from just something simple. You can sit at the auction house and you can do this all day. I will be spending a lot of time doing exactly this when Shadowlands launches. Goblins will not allow there to be missing materials. Exactly. Exactly. There not being materials on the auction house is a huge... It's literally like leaving money on the table as far as a goblin's concerned. It won't happen. Quick question. I grouped some transmog from leatherworking and wanted to sell it through the auction house, but how can I ignore a TSM auction house those items without the groups while I post all in the groups? Just don't select base group at the top. One thing I've noticed is that you can tell a solo gather on the auction house because they're selling like 34 or something, whereas the multi-box is selling 30,000. If you craft stuff, who do you... If you craft stuff, who do you actually... Okay. That's what I do too. Resets. Yeah, resets is going to be... The auction house goblins that are happy to sit there and just play the auction house all day will absolutely make bank from this, I guarantee. Seems more of a reason to have one account for playing and one account for auction house things. Oh, absolutely. I've had 2 active accounts for this exact purpose for... I want to say since Burning Crusade even. I can't remember who said it a few days ago, but the real OGs out there, they have 2 accounts that are actually named, not like WoW 1, WoW 2, WoW 3. If you go into your Battle.net, if you open up this and you select the game, if you select World of Warcraft, the real OGs out there have got two named ones, not any of these WoW business. Absolutely make bank on what? Market resetting. Simply the fact that people who are happy to sit at the auction house and just buy materials when they come cheap on the auction house and post them for a higher price will make a lot of gold out of this. A lot of gold. And that's what people are doing today. If you go look on your auction house now, you will notice a big spike in price on a whole bunch of materials. Simply on that basis. People are buying up all of the cheap materials on the auction house now because they're suspecting that supply will dry up. Not necessarily true. As we've spoke about supply and demand will always balance itself. Soon as something becomes undersupplied, people go out and farm it. And you've got to remember there is thousands of people on every server. It only takes 10 of those people to think that something is undersupplied and go and farm it for an hour, for all of a sudden that material to then be oversupplied and the price then starts to go down again. This is the thing that so many people that try and make gold in World of Warcraft don't consider. They don't consider just the scale of World of Warcraft. You may only see 5 or 6 names on the auction house, but you're potentially competing against often tens of thousands of players, all of which, given the opportunity, will try and make some gold. I wish I could change my own account. Nah, it's all good. They made the new naming scheme a couple of years ago. Yeah, exactly. It was only a few years ago they did this whole WoW 1, WoW 2 business. The demand will be higher than farmers' time spent to provide, so will drive the prices up. It's always it's a balancing scale, and I wish I had some sort of way to either explain it or to display it better, but. There will, in my opinion, there will be a very similar amount of materials going forward because it's entirely based on supply and demand. Rule of thumb, you shall only try to reset something that you can use yourself. In case your reset doesn't work out for the best, you get your crafting materials cheaper. Yeah. I mean, one thing I've said for a long time, and a rule I've tried to go by for a long time, is I don't care how much it costs to craft something. The only thing I care about is crafting it for less than the next person. So if you have 2 jewel crafters on your server and you're both trying to sell gems, I'm not going to worry about I don't care if the price is 5 gold for that gem or 50 gold for that gem. What I care about is buying the ore at the cheapest possible price I can get it. Because if I can buy my ore and prospect it for less than that other guy, then it really doesn't matter what the sale price is of the end item. But this is what we're going to talk about a lot more in the future on this channel. This channel is very much not a farming gold channel. There are plenty of those already out there. I personally much prefer to spend time playing the auction house, crafting items, making gold through that way, and using some of the more advanced techniques to make gold, which also allow me to use the gold I already have to make more gold, rather than always trading my time. If I'm going to put time into the game, I want that time to be an investment in the game. So I want to be doing something like leveling characters up, completing reputations, farming old patterns, that sort of stuff. I don't want to be killing mobs to just get like 2 or 3 things to then sell on the auction house. But any final questions, and I really mean this, any final questions on multiboxing and how it could potentially affect things going forward before we move on to some more Shadowlands beta-y stuff. I wanted to address this topic like early days, but I don't want it to encompass the whole stream if I can get away with it. Can you talk more about enchanting in Shadowlands? I saw a clip of you saying that it was going to be bad. Yeah, it's a bit of a shit show enchanting right now. I genuinely have a video that says enchanting is broken. I would definitely recommend watching that entire video, as it goes through it in great detail. Sky Golem market. Hey, yes. Yes. Right. How long ago was it? When was it that I told you to all go out and buy the cheap Sky Golems on your... Some of you guys may know a guy or be aware of somebody by the name of Gary Vaynerchuk. Gary Vaynerchuk is a very well-known entrepreneur and content creator. Now, he's always said for years and years and years, the reason he has somebody following him around with a camera all day, every day, is so that when he predicts something, that he can then look back at it and go, told you so. Sky Golems, yes, it was on October the 5th I told you all to go out and buy the cheap Sky Golems. October the 5th this video went live.
Hey there guys, Manthieus here and welcome back to another video.
Hey look, it's me.
Now, one of the most popular questions I'm getting on my live streams right now is very simply, what should I be investing in for Shadowlands? People have got this big chunk of change, maybe they've not quite got their long boy, and they're looking for something to invest their gold in that once Shadowlands
I definitely didn't shave that day, can you tell?
launches is going to be worthwhile a use of their current...
Yeah, this video's had less than 1,000 views so far. Now, this is not going to be some sort of... Oh, that's a terrible face. This is not going to be some sort of Inception video where I react to my own video. But if you haven't seen this video from a month ago, today is the day to act on it. Oh my god. Buying Sky Golems when they're cheap. Now, when I made this video, the average price for Sky Golem was about 40k. They're likely to have gone up a little bit more so than this right now. But guess what? Come Shadowlands, everybody is going to be leveling a druid, and if they're not leveling a druid, they're going to be buying a Sky Golem, and they're going to go out and they're going to do some herbing, and they're going to do some farming, because yay, all the multi-boxes are banned. So yes, the potential spike for Sky Golems is going to be real, simply on the back of this change to multi-boxes. Absolutely, definitely. I got 10 Sky Golems for 25,000 gold each on my server, bought them in August. That's pretty solid, that's pretty solid. The price is likely to go up nicely. Here in the Hollywood Hills, I have Sky Golems in my knowledge. Only saw that video last week and took action then. I have less than 1 million total, so my scope of investment was limited. Good, good. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that you didn't just invest 1 million gold in them. Good. Sky Golems are cheaper than ever the last 2 months on your realm. They probably will be, but if you watch that video, I go into some pretty large amount of detail about what's happened for the past 2 expansions with Sky Golems, and they've gone up to 100k plus easily. And because of this whole multi-boxes just got banned business, the chance of that happening is exponentially more. What about my multi-box team? Well, quite simply, it's created a solution for me that was one I was finding difficult to make. You guys may or may not know that I was either planning to stream during the Shadowlands launch and just focus on my one account, focus on a couple of my characters on the one account, or I wanted to multi-box 8 hunters. I was in great amount of debate to which one I wanted to do. In simple terms, this is my answer. There's no point me risking my accounts by trying to multi-box going into Shadowlands, so real simple. I'll just play the one account. Easy days, no problem whatsoever. I bought 50 Sky Golems in Brazil, having them sniped up here by Golem subs. Nice. Morning. The Sky Golems were 45k yesterday. They're now 76k. I only bought one because I've only got 500k, but that will still be a nice benefit. Good to hear. I just read that they will only refund one Shadowlands account, so the web page crashed with demand. That's quite funny. Multiboxing is banned. I missed something. Not necessarily banned. There's just a spanner in the works. Where did you read that they'll only refund one Shadowlands account? I mean, that basically goes against consumer law in most countries. So I would be surprised if they're willing to. I requested 3 refunds last night and had them approved. Well, I can to give you guys a heads up, I've also had 6 of my Shadowlands accounts refunded. So they definitely will refund more than one. Only refund one Shadowlands account. Visa, MasterCard, hold my beer. Yeah, exactly. I've been buying BFA version of T-Boos at 10 to 20k a piece for over the last 5 months. I have 75 of them now. This is a great change for me. Yeah, this I suppose to spend just the last 5 minutes, I suppose, talking about the multi-box thing. When it comes to rare items are more likely to be rare. I know that sounds like really counterintuitive, but yes, the likelihood is that if you've got a stockpile of rare items, BFA World Drop mounts, for example, the ability for people to gather them up in simple terms through multi-boxing now has been basically removed, which is quite interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Feels like I'll just have less competition multi-box gathering since /follow and manually clicking will still be a thing. Yeah, exactly. This is not the death of all multi-boxing. Not in any way, shape or form. Multi-box, I mean, like I said, for Blizzard to have to come out and go, hold the phone, multi-boxing is not bannable. The use of third-party software is what's bannable. So basically it means that yes, IS Boxer is no longer going to be a valid piece of software to use. Hotkeynet is not going to be able to be used either. Maybe it just needs to be called multi-accounting. Well, yes, this is an issue that the terminology of people think of multi-boxing as meaning different things. And this is why when people start fighting over something, they very quickly realise they're fighting over 2 different descriptions of the same word. CKS is, I would imagine that's probably falls into the category of not going to be allowed going forward either. I would imagine. This is the problem. If you have to ask the question, well, what about this? It's easier just to err on the side of caution and go, well, okay, then I won't use it. Because realistically, is it worth risking your account just to be able to use your scroll wheel to control something else? It's really not. New scripts will surface for Hotkeynet where the keystrokes are not mirrored, but sequenced to multiple windows through. this is like what we've said. There are a couple of categories of people. There are people that used multi-boxing because it was allowed by Blizzard, perfectly a legitimate way, and it was definitely advantageous to do so if you had the knowledge, the expertise, and potentially the gold and or real life money to do it. There was definitely advantage there, and so many people did it. There's a middle category that will continually try to achieve that advantage, and they will try and skirt the rules as much as possible. Now, I'm not saying either one is right or either one is wrong. It's just people are going to take a different approach to this. The big problem is the way that Blizzard phrased, where is it? The way that Blizzard phrased multi-boxing as being a method of botting is where was it? As this software is used to support botting and automated gameplay, the use of input, where was it? There was one, yeah, here we go. We will soon be issuing warnings to all players who are detected using input broadcasting software to mirror commands to multiple accounts at the same time, often used for multi-boxing. The fact that they put this here, this is basically Blizzard's way of saying, well, we're not saying that multi-boxing is botting, because we still want people to have multiple accounts. But we're going to give you a really good reason to just harass everybody that you see that's multi-boxing from now on, which is, this wasn't needed. Whoever wrote this PR statement obviously isn't a fan of multi-boxing themselves. That didn't need to be there. That's trying to tell people that multi-boxing is botting, which it isn't. And I think whoever wrote this piece could have done a better job with it. But yeah, what can we do? So, unless you can enter a huge amount of noise, then you're going to be banned. Who knows? They're only banning mirror inputs. You can still VM box, but you need a solid rig for it. Yeah, oh, of course. I mean, it's still entirely possible. This is why they had to, like I said, they came out and they said that multi-boxing is not bannable. The use of third-party software to automate it is what's bannable. It's just a bit of a frustration, really, the way that Blizzard have. They're skirting around the issue rather than addressing it directly. I would much prefer if Blizzard were honest and they said that the reason we're preventing this, the reason we're preventing people from using input broadcasting software is because we can no longer detect who is using input broadcast software and who is actively botting. And the reason that we can't detect it means that we're not able to actively stop bots as fast and as efficiently as we would like to. Unfortunately, for us to make this change, it does mean that true multi-boxers are going to be put in the crosshair, and unfortunately that's just, they're the cannon fodder to allow Blizzard to hopefully stop bots faster and more effectively. If they'd came out and said that, fair play to them. But the fact that Blizzard tried to imply that multi-boxing is a form of botting, when by its nature it is not, is what is really frustrating to me. I'd argue the amount of negative noise regarding multi-boxing also played a part in their decision. Of course, Blizzard are fighting fires from every angle right now. From literally every angle they're fighting fires. And if it's one fire they can put out quickly and effectively, then sure. Honesty, what is this concept you speak of? Well, true. This is a multi-billion-dollar concept. Why why is honesty a thing? That's just crazy talk. Multi-boxers tears. Careful, those kind of comments can get you banned. Rich Freedom Deposit. For reference though, we are spending a bit of time out in Shadowlands today. I'm trying to populate this map with as many spawn locations as possible. There's one zone to where I have not practiced herbing and mining in great detail is Ardenweald, and so that is my plan for today. We're going to spend a bit of time trying to find out a good route for Ardenweald. Ardenweald is a real messy zone for herbalism and mining, simply on the basis of that you've got lots of different levels, and annoyingly so, there is a lot of stuff out here that is trying to aggro and kill you. What I do want to work out though is why my FPS is absolute dog shit out here again. 40 FPS in Ardenweald, just not doing anything. Let's just crank down the quality. There we go. It's not going to look as beautiful, but it runs better, sure. This is my take of the new rule. Blizzard themselves must be following what other gamers are doing and making it illegal for people to use multiboxing. Well, Blizzard have got no reason to follow what other people are doing. I mean, they're one of the biggest companies at what they do in the first place. Is my stream really? It's really jittery, isn't it? Why is it flickering and bouncing around like this? Have I got like 6 instances of the game open? No. What's causing this? We all need to retreat to EVE Online. Oh my days. I deliberately never got into playing EVE for one reason and one reason alone. That I'm very aware that EVE is just super gripping for anybody that has put it this way, if you enjoy to make gold in World of Warcraft, EVE is just on another level completely. I've got some friends that used to play EVE, and like if you think World of Warcraft turns into World of Spreadsheets, wow, you wait until you see some of these people that play EVE like on the regular. Damn, they've got spreadsheets on another level. Do you think rep grinding ASAP for flying so that you can gather better is worth it, or does it not take that long? Well, at least as far as Shadowlands is concerned, Blizzard have not released any information so far on exactly how we're going to acquire flying. It's not something there's this rumor going around, and I'm not entirely sure where it's circulated from, that when you hit 40 renown, you get flying. That is not true. You do not unlock flying when you hit 40 renown. I think Blizzard have said that flying this time will be linked to renown, and so people are saying, well, 40 is the maximum, that must be where you get flying then. I think people are putting 2 and 2 together and coming up with 5. There's no way, or at least at this point, we do not know exactly how we're going to acquire flying in Shadowlands. And I wouldn't really, I wouldn't go about doing anything different to try and soften the, or to acquire it quicker. They've already said that they're not planning on doing a sort of Pathfinder-like system for flying, but they've told us what they're not doing, but they haven't told us what they are actually going to do. So flying is still a bit of a mystery. What do you mean you can't carry any more of those? Right, sure. Yeah, one thing I've noticed about this zone in specific is that it's very, very difficult to navigate without aggroing like literally tens of mobs all the time. And you have like these little cluster of areas that are walled off that once you get into, they're very difficult to get out of. And you very quickly find yourself having to fight a lot of mobs out here. I've played Eve just for the auction house thing. That was like TSM on acid and EDM music all day long. True. Your first mistake was using an isopod. Hey, what's wrong with my wiggly boy? If multi-boxers were getting reported for cheating before, they're going to get a lot more reports regarding on how they're achieving it, and the automated system will ban them. Well, like I said, my honest opinion of why Blizzard have gone to change this now is A, it kiboshes, it puts out a fire. You cannot argue the fact that there is a massive negative vibe throughout the community as a whole towards multi-boxers. Justified or not, it is there, it's a thing. And so Blizzard doing something just to put that fire out, it's one less fire. But like I said, my honest feeling to why they've done this is because it's getting considerably harder for Blizzard to detect actual bots, and their Warden software now, to be able to detect bots more efficiently, one of the things it's going to start looking for is key broadcasting softwares. Now, unfortunately, who are the other people that use key broadcasting softwares? Multiboxers. So while the art of multiboxing itself is not a bannable offence, the using of third-party key broadcasting software to assist with your multiboxing is going to put your account at some sort of risk. But should you use add-ons in-game? Should you use macros in-game? Should you use 4 keyboards? There are many different ways to maintain a multi-boxing setup whilst still staying well within staying well within the rules of Blizzard. Where did it go? There was definitely a herb there, wasn't there? True, but then nerf them in a surgical strike. Stop proving to us, the players, that you don't know what you're doing, Blizz. Hey, they're a small indie company, leave them alone. Thought slugs could climb walls. Hey, you know, that would be cool. That would be cool if this wiggly boy could just like scale a cliff or something. That would be clever. I would definitely appreciate that. Holy shit, there's like 75 of you here now. How to grow a stream on YouTube. Ask Blizzard to ban multi-boxing. There's like twice as many people here as normal. Well, I suppose I should take this opportunity to say hello and welcome to all of you that are here. Maybe you're all current subscribers and have just chose to watch today. But if you're new around here, welcome. My name is Manthieus. I play World of Warcraft. I make gold in World of Warcraft. This channel is primarily focused on auction house and economy based gold making, but less so the farming, although ironically, yes, I am currently running around Shadowlands doing some farming. Oh, I thought that was the Bacon Warrior then. Oh, that would have been that. I mean, I'm sure that's a cool name to begin with, but at first glance I thought that was the Bacon Warrior. That would be a cool name. Anyway, thanks for the sub. Welcome, welcome. Probably multi-boxers refunding copies of the game whilst botters take over all of the farms. Bacon Warrior. How much gold do you need to start playing WoW just for an auction house? Well, the argument stands is that you can, as long as you can make at least a token's worth of gold, on a second account. That second account can basically pay for itself by being sat at the auction house, which is in essence what I've done for many years, probably close to a decade now. I've had two accounts, one that I play on primarily, and then a second account that just sits mostly at the auction house. Hello? What's going on here? Odd. Yeah, I have one account that basically sits at the auction house. Second account to where I'm playing, doing what I do. As it just simply, obviously this was all long before the long boy was even a thing. The long boy has sort of softened the need to have two accounts. If you happen to have spent 5 million gold on getting the long boy, you can kind of mount up and access the auction house whenever you need. But there's still definite benefits all the same to being able to have that second account, which can be, it can be not just doing auction house play, it could be crafting tidespray embraces for you, for example. It could be, you could be scrapping on a second account to get expulsum. There's many different advantages to having two accounts running. And as long as you're able to make enough gold by having that second account to pay for it with game time, it's literally not going to cost you a penny more to do it. So you wandered far from the ledge. Was that okay? Why rip multiboxing? Mainly on the basis that the key broadcasting softwares that most multiboxers use to simplify multiboxing, Blizzard have now taken a stance against it. So multiboxing is still perfectly viable and not bannable, but they've just made it more difficult to multibox. I'm starting to get the feeling that maybe I should have made a video on my opinions of this multiboxing change before I started the stream. That way I can just link people to it. But I believe you can like rewind and stuff. If you want to see the main multibox discussion, and if you're slightly confused to why it's RIP multiboxing, maybe start watching the stream from the beginning. We talk about it for half an hour, 45 minutes in pretty large amounts of detail. So, but we're back in the Shadowlands beta now. This is my plan for today, to do a bit of herbing and mining. I want to get some of you guys that follow me on Twitter, PS, you should follow me on Twitter, will have seen that I've now got my blacksmithing and tailoring back at a place to where I can do full deep dive videos on those professions, so expect those. Today's video is quite likely to be a 8 to 10 minute TLDR video on the multiboxing drama, but expect to see some deep dives on some of the Shadowlands professions in the next few days as well. In terms of building viewership, maybe do one after the stream anyway, in case you weren't planning. Well, yeah, I was entirely planning on doing a video about multiboxing today anyway. It's just I didn't realise it was quite going to be such a thing. Which items should I start reselling? Well, this is it. There's a lot of people out there now that are buying up a whole bunch of materials with the mindset that they're going to become less readily available. And one thing we discussed in quite a lot of detail earlier is how I don't think there will be any dramatic change to material prices. There might be a subtle change, but that subtle change will have more to do with auction house goblins actively resetting markets than legitimate increase in price, if that makes sense. Prices may appear to go up momentarily as people buy up a load of materials in the thought that those materials are then going to be rare. But supply and demand pretty much dictates the fact that material prices is not going to change that much, because the demand for these materials is the same as what it was yesterday. The supply will always match that. What are these things? Oh, this. If you guys want to see where a probable 2x4 farm is going to be located when Shadowlands launches, this is the only. This is not the only spot by any means, but this is one of the spots that I've shown on stream a few times now. So the likelihood is it. Although I don't even know if Blizzard can nerf this place very easily. But in Ardenwhelmed, exactly where this Wild Hunt offensive, this bonus objective is pretty solid spot for doing some gathering. These guys are dropping. You can see there's little clusters of mobs. Each of these clusters of mobs basically force spawn if you can kill them fast enough. They're all linked to this bonus objective. So an organised 2x4 farm out here is going to rake it in. Kill count, the hourly kill count is going to be crazy. And the likelihood is that if these guys are going to start dropping anything at all, which they are, I've not worked out exactly what their loot tables are, but as of recently they've still dropped. Oh, as of right now, they still drop cloth at the very least. And because this is a bonus objective, if you do this, I believe if you do this in a raid, you won't gain. In fact, no. If you do it in a raid, you won't be able to get the same mob drops. But there's a likelihood that these will still continuously force spawn, regardless of whether you complete the bonus objective or not. Lelo Pitagorico, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. Apologise if I butchered that. Yeah, you can see these guys are literally spawning. I mean, I'm only one player at this point, but if I was to have 7 other buddies out here, we could be farming these mobs incredibly efficiently. Why 2x4? Having 2 groups of 4 is the most efficient way to distribute loot in a large group. As each mob has the ability to only be tagged 5 times by default. But if you're a group of 4 and one other player from another group gets that 5th tag on a mob, Blizzard sees it fair to then let the other people in that person's group also get a tag. So the tag dynamic, although it's meant to be a maximum of 5, can be extended up to a maximum of 8 if it's cleverly used in 2 groups of 4. So yeah, you would usually think that having a group of 5 people would be the most optimal because there's 5 tags on every mob. But if you take it down to a group of 4 and then have 2 groups of 4, you can extend that up to a maximum of 8. This is why 2x5 box farming doesn't work, because if one player tags a mob and they're in a group of 5, then the other 4 tags are used up by the other people in his group, or their group, should I say. And then when when somebody from the second group tags it, there's no tags left for them or their group. So 2x4 is considered the optimal way to maximise the loot across a group of 8 people. But yeah, as you can see, these guys just like constantly spawn. You've also got NPCs that are helping you fight them and are aggroing them, and like it's even standing here solo. I imagine just standing here, just mashing your face against a keyboard. If you were to count up how many kills you get on an hourly basis, I imagine this place is very high kill count. Because you've got literally no downtime. So expect this. There's a few zones and a few areas in Shadowlands that are going to be. Interestingly, these aren't dropping loot actually now. Or did I just loot them already? Those guys weren't dropping loot. Have they nerfed this spot already? The dudes over here were dropping loot. Why are these ones not dropping loot? Are these humanoid, so cloth out of your behind? They are considered humanoid, yes. Interestingly, the possessed chargers now don't appear to be lootable. But these ones, the blighted lurkers, are. So maybe it's just those chargers that are not. Let's grab a bunch of these. But if they're still categorized under the same force spawn mechanic, makes no odds. Because these ones drop loot, look.
It's too far away.
Maybe it's just the ones that are zooming down. Maybe Blizzard's hotfixed this one already. Like I said, it wouldn't surprise me because this one's already very well known, even though the game's not even out, because it's just so blatantly obvious. Maybe it's a bonus objective so it doesn't drop loot. They did drop loot in the past. These ones at the back are still dropping both gold and... But to kill just these possessed chargers specifically... So if we were to stand down here... I don't think the possessed chargers have a loot table anymore. Multi-boxes can easily oversaturate a market, lowering prices and making vendor shuffles a thing. We'll see less of that. Yeah, one thing. Oh, actually, some of these things are still. Oh, there was a blighted Ravager in the mix. That's why. So this is an odd one. The chargers don't appear to be lootable, but if you catch anything else in the mixed, they are odd. Sure. Yes, there is definitely an element of truth to that. A multi-boxer does have the potential of oversaturating the market. But as we spoke about a little bit earlier, instead of I don't think there's going to be any less of material on the auction house. But there's definitely logic, though, to say that people were being pushed into raw gold farming as a more reliable way to make gold. Whereas now, the most common and reliable way to make gold will be just to spend some time doing some herbing and mining. So the material market, in my opinion, is not going to see much of a change. I'm sure Blizz would lose a lot of money if they soft ban multi-boxing. Well, they've already lost 240 of my euros. Let's be honest. Blizzard although everything they do is based around money, the amount of people that multi-box is considerably higher a number in people's minds than what it is in reality. Because you have to remember, Blizzard are talking about subscription numbers in the millions. We're talking about 10, 15 people on a single server doing it. It's just not even in the same league. Sent in a refund request. I've seen people get refunded. I've had 6 accounts refunded already. People are getting refunded. Although, wow, it's interesting. I was pretty quick to refund my Shadowlands pre-orders on 6 of my accounts. It may be a weird one that GMs were offering refunds before an internal notification from Blizzard comes out saying that you're not to refund them. I don't know. That also wouldn't surprise me. Is this herb in the middle of the tree? I think it's in the middle of the tree, you know. Because there's meant to be a herb around here somewhere. It's in the tree, isn't it? GG, Blizzard. Well, I'm not picking up that one then. We will see how people who can't even farm 10k gold will buy flasks and pots for all of the mats for legendaries. Then all prices will go up because lazy people never start farming. Oh, that's a hot take. Yeah, I messaged you pretty quickly within minutes of going live. Yeah, I was chilling, just leveling up some professions when I realised that Blizzard are going to cause a whole bunch of confusion today. So there should always be an ungatherable node. there's always an ungatherable node. Somewhere there's always a node that you can't pick up. Now, I think there's another one here somewhere. I think it's in the... I mean, yeah, I can't even see it. I can't see any twinklies. It's in the wall somewhere, I think. I can't tell. Can't tell. I've just met another, I assume by MB you're saying meaning multi-boxer. I mean, what you will find, and the problem is that Blizzard have painted a target on multi-boxers now. Blizzard have come out and they've said that multi-boxing is not bannable, but they've painted a target even more so on multi-boxers' heads, which is the main reason why I'm just not going to bother anymore, because I don't need to deal with the aggro. It was bad enough having people come up to you and tell you that you were botting. When you when you turn around and then speak to them and say, well, no, I'm not, because look, I'm here, I'm playing the game. It was bad enough dealing with it before, but now Blizzard have painted a target on multi-boxers' heads, regardless of whether it's bannable or not. It's just not worth the aggro for a lot of people now. I guess no one cares about Blizzard's decision. Well, like I said, multi-boxing is not bannable. Blizzard have even come out and said that publicly, that multi-boxing is, that their opinion on multi-boxing has not changed. Their only change in opinion is that they are now seeing the use of third-party broadcasting software as to be against TOS. Now, what Blizzard didn't do is tell you why they've come to that decision. They've sort of half-heartedly said it's for the good of the game. I read that to be because Blizzard are no longer able to tell who is botting and who is multi-boxing. And so they have to do something. Because if they can't tell who's botting anymore, then botting is just going to become more and more of an issue. The only way they can now program their Warden software to detect people who is botting is by tracking certain pieces of software. So he said that when you get a warning from Blizzard, then you just have to be careful, and then you just farm as much as you can. Well, that sounds like somebody that probably would have that sounds like somebody that probably would have no concerns about actually botting in the first place. So, is the update they gave last night on the subject meaningful, or has nothing changed? It's somewhat meaningful, yes, because 90% of people that multi-box using either one of two pieces of software, don't they? Let's be honest. If Blizzard have now turned around and said, right, well, these two pieces of software, we're going to consider it a bannable offence to use them, then for the majority... Is this another herb that's stuck in a tree? For God's sake. If Blizzard say that, yeah, if you use ISBox... The problem is they haven't even publicly named these softwares. They've really pussyfooted around actually giving a solid explanation. They've once again left it in the hands of players to kind of come up with their own opinion on this. It's meaningful in terms of the fact that it's now going to... The average multi-boxer is unlikely to continue multi-boxing because there is now two things. There is a risk, it's an added complication that they can't use these third-party softwares anymore like they could before. And a lot of people won't put in the time or the effort to manually create all of the macros on all of the characters to do it without the aid of software. I mean, arguably there are add-ons in game that can do all of this for you as well. So it's difficult. It's really difficult to tell. At this point, it's really difficult to tell because we're still in that kind of crazy hype mode. That multi-boxing's been banned. Crazy. That it's people's blood pressure about it is still very high. When everybody calms down and we see what actually happens, we'll get a better view on it. I don't realistically feel it's going to have much of a difference at all. People that want to multi-box will still multi-box. They just won't use the software to do it. And arguably, there is still a large advantage from a gold making point of view to multi-boxing. You could still theoretically fly around with your 8 druids and you could still pick up herbs without the use of any third-party software or without using any keyboard casting softwares quite easily. It's just people are now it's just more difficult for people to do. Determined multi-boxers can just migrate to hardware-based setups. Exactly. My TLDR honest opinion is that Blizzard are no longer able to easily distinguish between multi-boxers and true bots. And because of that, they had to do something to prevent bots. And that something was to prevent the use of third-party keyboard casting. Because that's what Warden is now going to use to detect bots on a more reliable basis. And to save themselves the aggro of having to decide whether this person is botting or whether they're just multi-boxing, they've decided that, right, well, something has to change and this is what will change. That would be very economically efficient use of their power to ban third-party software. Wait, how would a hardware-based setup work? Well, instead of doing it by software, you just plug 2 keyboards in. You just plug 2 keyboards in. I mean, at the most basic level. You plug 2 keyboards in, and into yeah, it's people still try to multi-box and Blizzard gets tired of banning it, they'll just make the restrictions on /follow like they did in PvP, and they didn't like multi-boxing in Battlegrounds. Potentially. I mean, it was when was it? Was it the beginning of Legion? I think they made the change to /follow not being effective in Battlegrounds. I think. I mean that's been implemented for a long time now. Is there any herbs around here? Cannot find many. Is this? We might as well complete this world quest while we're out here. In some ways though, it's a change that I'm even though it's very public knowledge that I multi-box. I had 8 Shadowlands accounts ready to go. I've enjoyed the art of multi-boxing. Even though, with that being said, it's not a change that I'm concerned about seeing in any way, shape or form. If anything, this is actually going to save me gold and save me money. Because when I multi-boxed, quite simply, I would level characters, I would try and learn how to solo dungeons with 5 different characters. That was something I really enjoyed doing. Unfortunately, that side of things has become a lot more difficult to achieve now. And it realistically just solved a problem for me of deciding, well, am I going to multi-box in Shadowlands, even though it is going to arguably prevent me from being able to stream as effectively and make YouTube content as effectively. And so with this change, we'll play one account, we'll stream a lot, we'll make lots of YouTube videos. I'm happy either way. That's a personal thing, obviously. I once had hardware that used 1 keyboard in and 6 keyboards out and 6 PCs, etc. Yeah, I mean you can plug, you can get hardware based splitters. If you really, I mean, you've got to remember that people that multi-boxed any more than 8 accounts quite likely had a multi-PC setup in the first place. High-end multi-boxing was already using pretty sophisticated ways of being able to do it in the first place. Right, let's just quickly get this world quest done because these mobs are annoying me. Popping cooldowns there wasn't really needed, was it? That was a bit ridiculous. Oops. Out of interest, did anybody see Preach's video on the moor yesterday? It was very funny to see what Preach's opinion was of the stupid thing that picks you up and drops you in the moor. That did make me giggle. We are potentially going to spend a little bit more time out in the moor as well today. That's my plan. Sad for multi-boxing PvP players. Maybe they would AFK when get banned. I'm not sure what you mean by that. By the way, is this a multi-boxing ban for all WoW clients or only retail? Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. I would assume this apply. I think it's a Blizzard policy rather than just Obviously, it primarily affects multiboxing in World of Warcraft, but you got to remember that there are some people that even multibox in like Diablo 3 and stuff. It's you can multibox in many different games if you're creative enough to work out how. But I would imagine, yes, I think with it being an actual Blizzard policy rather than like a World of Warcraft policy, that it's going to affect, namely both classic and retail. I think that's the main point that people are getting at. Is this the one that's stuck in the tree? Yeah. There's a herb in this tree somewhere. I don't have coordinates, so I don't know where this is to even report it. Northeast of Tiranaval. Northeast of... Oh shit, northeast of where? There is a herb. Let's spell it right. That is always in the tree and not lootable. Go. Isn't there in-game coordinates now? Oh yeah. Oh, maybe there is. Shift click to share the pin in chat. Shift click to share the pin in chat. It doesn't actually give me coordinates though. I think they get your coordinates at the time you reported the bug, but not sure. You can share the ping with other players by inserting a link to chat. Ah, yeah, you can link it in chat, but it just says map pin location. It doesn't actually give you the coordinates. Fine. I tried. Hopefully Blizzard just know where I am when I reported it. I can't believe there's like no herbs in this center section here. This seems crazy. I'm starting to get quite a strong feeling that Ardenweld is going to be one of the more, if not most, frustrating zones to do herbing and mining in. Because I've spent a good amount of time out here, and just look at the map. Like I know the nodes don't stand out very well. There is huge sections of the map where I've not found any herbs at all. And in total, I've found very, very few herbs. Like this top section seems to be pretty populated. It might just be run around this zone like crazy. But the actual green area of the map, there's very, very few herbs. Ardenwell's also where most druids are going to be, right? It's hard to tell. If Night Fae is bis for druid, then maybe. Actually, before we go too much further, I've been talking for like 2 hours straight. I need to go grab a drink. I'll be back with you guys in 2 minutes. If you've enjoyed the stream so far though, guys, make sure you hit that like button. There's like 75 of you here right now. Surely a few more of you can hit the like button. Back in 2. Boom. Boom. Ah, look at all those likes. Beautiful. Thank you very much, boys and girls. Thank you, thank you. What is it? Where are we at? Where are we at? You think Shadowlands materials prices are going to be significantly affected by the multi-box ban? No, not at all. Genuinely don't think it's going to have any significant changes to the Shadowlands materials. I was playing my Shaman the other day. He's gone. Okay. Bots will find a way out always, I think. Well, yeah, bots will do bot things, and it's up to Blizzard to proactively ban bots whenever they have the ability to. Bots will, yeah, obviously, they're always going to plague the game. If I'm honest, I think the whole the effect that bots will have will be more dramatic than it is even now. This change to multi-boxers is, in my eyes, it's Blizzard's way to try and combat the botting. But unfortunately, to try and combat the botting more effectively, somebody had to take a hit, and it's multi-boxers that have taken the hit. Is my honest opinion on it, and I can explain in more detail if anybody's confused by that. But yeah, unfortunately, what it does mean is that when a bot turns up and dumps 10,000 of a material on the auction house now, they don't have any other competition when it comes to selling the materials other than solo players now. Ultimately meaning that a bot is going to find it way more simplistic and reliable to sell their materials. If anything, people going out there multi-boxing was a good deterrent for people botting, because bots would then struggle to sell all of the materials that they botted up. It's very difficult to sort of clarify this opinion with any fact, but there's a lot of subjectivity to it all, for sure. But I do genuinely feel that there will be a increase in popularity of bots going forward because of this. But on the flip side, hopefully, Blizzard making this change will mean that their Warden system will be able to spot a bot quicker and easier than they were able to previously. Is this another herb in a tree? Really? Really? Is this another herb in a tree? Is it even a herb this time? It is. Best is subjective. I'll go Night Fae on most of my characters for the weekly event that is best for me. Yeah, the Queen's Conservatory. It's very difficult to work out just how profitable the Queen's Conservatory will be for Night Fae until we have to play with it properly. Obviously, on the beta, if you use the Queen's Conservatory, you can just skip time and basically print as many loot bags as you want. But that's not going to be the case when it goes live. You're going to be heavily restricted to how many loot bags you can make using the old Queen's Conservatory. But it does stand to reason that it may still be the most profitable overall Covenant. So, isn't botting pretty much dead since Honor Buddy? Hell no. Hell no. Take a trip over to take a trip over to, what is it? Is it Botanica? Is that still their home of choice? No, but unfortunately botting is still very much a thing. How do they end up in objects like that? Surely it's easy to prevent. Yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you? You ranked enchanting to be A tier, I think. Now you also have a video saying enchanting is broken due to the one-to-one conversion both ways. Any other changes you would make to professions? Yes, you are very right that my tier list did put enchanting as an A tier profession. This was, in fairness, before I had done a solid deep dive into each of the professions. Now, after closer inspection, and when you think about it on a broader scale, enchanting is, yeah, it's definitely not an A tier profession right now. It's probably a B or a C tier profession, if everything stays the way that it currently is. There's not many things about that tier list video that I would change, but simply because it's simply because a lot of people have seen it, I almost feel the need to clarify some of my changes of opinion. Botting just went more underground since Honorbody went down. Yeah, exactly. Botting never went away. Blizzard has this constant game of cat and mouse with bots. They find a way to detect the bots and then ban them more effectively. Then the bots find a way to skirt round the bot detection systems, and it's just a constant game of cat and mouse. One's chasing the other, and then the other one gets away, and then it catches back up again. It doesn't help Blizzard's case that they usually do banning in waves. Why they choose to do banning in waves, I've never quite understood. Why, if you find somebody doing something that is against the terms of service, don't you just ban them instantly? I've never quite understood that. I'm guessing there's some theory that if you just ban, if there's somebody that's out there professionally botting a game, then they can, if they know that 10 of their 100 accounts are going to get banned every single week, that's easier to account for than, say, 100 of their accounts going down entirely overnight. I don't know. I'm not sure what the logic is there, but I'm sure there is some logic. I genuinely don't have enough knowledge on the matter, but if you ban as you find, the bot makers get a heads up to what's been detected. That's probably that. Yeah, that's probably. I guess if you just kind of store up the potential bans and then do them all in one go, it makes it harder for the bot companies to learn what it was that got them banned, I suppose. Because there's 6 months of things that they've done that, yeah, I guess, yeah, that's probably quite true. That seems sensible. This zone doesn't seem to be as oppressive as the one yesterday. Well, this zone is Ardenwell. This is literally one of the main four zones in Shadowlands. This one is not meant to be as oppressive. Yesterday we spent a bit of time in the Moor, and that place is, yes, definitely out there to kill you. It's like when they take out a drug ring, 10 teams will knock down the doors at 10 different addresses at the same time instead of just doing them one by one. Yeah, I suppose there's probably common logic there. Yeah, that makes sense. Ban wave is based on a pattern that's worked out by the hack department. Banning one by one is based on player reports, which is given a threshold to come through. Okay, every day you learn something. I'm not sure how leveling professions matter. Like, is Shadowlands separate? Should I level previous expansions before I level Shadowlands? Initially, there's no real necessity to level anything right now with your professions unless you want to. When you get into Shadowlands professions are a unique entity to themselves. So you will be able to get into Shadowlands, go and speak to the trainer, and then learn the Shadowlands profession. and then all of the skills that are linked to it. There's some value in leveling the current, being BFA, and past expansion professions for some of the professions, not all of them. For any for any armor crafting profession, it's sometimes wise to level up the older ones. Usually because some of the items are considered like reasonable transmog. So even though they might be from 5 expansions ago, they might still be profitable to craft and sell because people will buy the patterns for transmog, albeit at a much slower pace. But that's still viable. But things like alchemy, for example, there's virtually never a reason to level alchemy outside of whatever the current expansion is. Because the second you go to a new expansion, there's usually a newer, more powerful potion or flask. For the most part, like I said, there's exceptions to everything, but alchemy is a good example of a profession that's you don't really need to worry about leveling the old expansions versions of. Unless, of course, you get the Vial of the Sands recipe, but we won't talk about that now. On live, I could only find part of the Shadowlands enchanting conversions. Seems it isn't possible to convert to the top map. Could you double check? Of course. As of yesterday, there was no change, so I'd be highly amazed if there is any change now. Which character do I have enchanting on this? Well, I can't remember. One thing to note is that on average, the professions tab, the unlearned professions tab for Shadowlands patterns has been taken from a really old version of the beta. There's a lot of things that are out of date on the live version of the Shadowlands. Is this dude an enchanter? I can't remember. Except getting 1 to 300 in alchemy to get Transmutation Master. Well, if I remember rightly, Transmutation Master only works on flasks and potions. It only works on transmutes up until Mr. Pandaria, I want to say. Dupe. It wasn't this dude. Which dude was it? They really need to add profession icons in the login screen. For me, at least, yeah, absolutely. Totally agree. Was it Cataclysm? I can't remember exactly which expansion it was. Enchanting. So, let's take a look at the materials. Soul Dust used to combine 3 Soul Dust to create a Sacred Shard. Combine 3 Sacred Shards to create an Eternal Crystal. So there you go. You can go up the tree, and then you can use your Eternal Shatter to go from an Eternal Crystal down to 3 Sacred Shards, and then with only Honoured with the Wild Hunt that you can basically do in a day, you can then go from Sacred Shards down to 3 Dust again. So yeah, it's still broken, still busted. Definitely works until Pandaria works on Living Steel. Oh yeah, true. Yeah. If you got a Transmute Spec Alchemist, it works on Living Steel. Yes, can confirm on that one. What about this area along here? This section here and down here. In fact, there's a couple of places in Ardenweld that are definite no-goes when it comes to farming. This section down here, it doesn't seem to have a specific name, but to the west of Ardenweld, this whole section between where the Mists of Tyranna Scythe dungeon is and basically the edge of the map, this whole section is basically a no-go for farmers because it's all level 60 elite mobs that are just going to slap you about real hard. I'm really struggling to like put together a solid route because it's not even like there's a good path to follow, because if you actually follow the paths in Ardenweld, you just don't find anything. You have to really dive into the the cliffs and all sorts of weird stuff to find herbs out here. This section up here I think I want to focus on a bit more. If I override a profession with a new one, do I lose all of the progress with that? Yeah, that's correct, yeah. So if you swap out your professions, and then if you say, for example, say you're an enchanter and you've maxed out your skill, you then drop it to pick up blacksmithing, decide you don't want blacksmithing and learn enchanting again, you're back to square one. You'd have to level up enchanting again. I was going to do enchanting and jewel crafting on my main, but then have skinning and leatherworking on a demon hunter, and then a herba miner druid. Any suggestions on what to get instead of enchanting if this doesn't change? With a jewel crafter, a blacksmith is a very, very good partner. Later today, or maybe tomorrow, I'm not sure if I'm going to release 2 videos or not today, depends how much time I have. Basically, my next deep dive into a profession is going to be blacksmithing. I've done a deep dive on inscription and I've done a deep dive on jewel crafting. Blacksmithing is next on my radar to do, and it's mainly for the fact that jewel crafting and blacksmithing is a very strong combination in Shadowlands. Because if you want to create the legendary ring and the legendary necklace with your jewel crafter, you're going to need a lot of Shadowghast ingots, and they're made by a blacksmith. So it's somewhat, it's not entirely required, but it's somewhat sensible to have blacksmithing and jewel crafting on the same character. It's a smart move anyway, put it that way. Because it will mean that you are slightly more self-sufficient. Right, there's something I need to do here. I need to activate something somewhere. I suppose an easier way to farm up some herbs and materials and stuff in this is to just do my like daily quests and stuff out in this zone. I'll probably accidentally stumble across a whole bunch of stuff that way. Command table. Yeah, you go do some fighting there. Go. Back her up, go. I've just joined. Why rip multi-boxers? Please explain. Is it still allowed? I would highly recommend you skip back to the beginning of the stream. The first sort of 40-45 minutes of the stream goes into a lot of detail why it's rip multi-boxers. Fortunately, I can only put one title and one thumbnail on a on a live stream, but I'm unlikely to talk about the same topic of conversation for a full 4 hours. Just rewind back to the beginning of the stream and it will all make sense. Or just hang fire. The main video of today will be talking about multi-boxing, so that will come out in a few hours. In simple terms, there's a slight change to Blizzard's policy that's going to make it more difficult for multi-boxers to do what multi-boxers do. It's not a 100%. It's not totally rest in pepperonis, but it's close. I mean, as Stream Elements has just suggested, following me on Twitter will keep you up to date with everything that goes on. Just saying. So you go in there, you go in here and all. Go. I genuinely can't wait for the add-on that does this for me. I wonder if the like the command table mission, BFA mission manager, whatever it's called. I'm hoping that they're going to. In fact, it might already be updated. You know, should we have a look? We'll see if the command table there's already an add-on for it. Where's CurseForge gone? Oh, I'm not sure if I want to open that on that screen. I don't know what it shows. Oh, it's going to open on that screen anyway. So yes, one thing that came up as a topic of conversation as well yesterday is which add-on manager do I plan to use going forward? There was a few suggestions like WowUp. I've decided to use the actual CurseForge, or at least try it out, the official CurseForge WoW add-on manager thing. At first glance, it seems to work in exactly the same fashion that the Twitch version does, albeit a little bit faster and a bit more simplistic by the looks of things. But so let's go beta. Oh, Farm HUD has had a beta update. That's interesting. And let's see if we can find some more add-ons. I don't think this shows anything I don't want it to show, so let's look to see if we can get what was the command table thing? What was the add-on for that called? It was called BFA command table or something, wasn't it? But mission table, garrison mission manager. Was the champion commander? I'd have never bloody guessed that. Holy smoke. Champion commander. Do we reckon that whoever makes this is going to make a... Is there a version 9.0.1? It lists as it's from the same authors as Garrison Commander and Order Hall Commander, an add-on dedicated to the Battle for Azeroth champions. I want one that's going to be... This add-on is only for BFA. If you want Draenor, do this. If you want Legion, do this. Have they created one then for Shadowlands? Can you search for add-ons made by... Well, we can view them on a website even. Let's search by the owner and see if they make anything else. Be interesting to see if they've already made one for Shadowlands. It doesn't seem to be very easy to see. It's still under the category of Garrison. Well, let's install this all the same, just on the chance that it also works for Shadowlands. Now we should be able to go to add-ons. What was it called? Champion thingy. I might need to do a reload first. There we go. Champion Commander BFA. No. Nothing for Shadowlands. Well, there's a good chance there will be. That same dude is very likely going to create a one for this as well, or at least I absolutely hope he does, because this just screams mobile phone even more so than ever before. Was that even called tutorial? It is called tutorial. God damn. You there, put you here, put you here. Sure, go. Wait 45 seconds. Whoa, lots of free adventurers. Yoink. 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 What's going to be interesting actually is how you go about unlocking all of these. Or a rare blacksmithing pattern for 15 silver worth 95k DB region. That's crazy good. I'm assuming it was the only one on the auction house then. That is often the case. That happened to me not so long ago, that I was able to pick up a leatherworking pattern that was worth like 25k or something, and I got it for like 10 gold. Simply on the fact that somebody had obviously farmed it up, had no idea what it was worth, and just threw it on the auction house for like double vendor value. Ah? What is this? This challenge leads to additional adventures with greater rewards. Adventure campaign progress. What the hell is that? I guess that just unlocks new different versions of missions, I guess. This challenge leads to additional adventures with greater rewards. Huh. So there's even some way to unlock bigger and better rewards on this thing now. But what have we got? We got Totem of Stolen Mojo, which is just anima tokens. Augment runes. Augment runes are back, boys and girls. Anima tokens. Piece of gear. Bind on pickup gear, to note. But bind on pickup gear and the ability to unlock something cool. But it's level 12, and the likelihood is that I'll just get spanked trying to fight this with my level 1s. Have we got a specific healer? Well, you should go at the back because you're ranged. We have a healer. I really can't be bothered to try and work this out. What's Temper Tantrum? Temper Tantrum, can we combat Temper Tantrum somehow? Doesn't look like it. Dealing damage to all enemies in a line. I mean, it doesn't really matter, I don't think, at this point. Put you there and just put you here then, I guess. Yeah, we're likely to get our ass whooped on this one, but whatever. Come back in a few hours, see if that's completed. Should have probably done some of the easy ones and leveled them up first, but, you know, go big or go home, you know. Maybe we'll actually just do a few of the daily quests out in Ardenweald and find some herbs that way. In fact, you know what I could do that's slightly more interesting for the stream at the very least. I could be doing this off stream. We could be leveling leatherworking again. I think I've got enough materials to level leatherworking, because then I can get blacksmithing, tailoring and leatherworking deep dives all bashed out in hopefully in one sort of go. That's probably a very sensible thing to do. I've decided that's the most sensible thing to do. Hopefully I've got enough materials to level leatherworking to max. what's the short story of multi-boxing being over with? Blizzard have now said that it's going to be against the terms of use to use third-party key broadcasting software, which is directly going to affect multi-boxers, because that basically means IS Boxer and HotKeyNet will now be against terms of service to use. So it's not 100% multi-boxing's dead, but it's a massive hurdle for multi-boxers to overcome.
For you, I offer only the finest.
So there could be a lot of alt-tabbing. Either alt-tabbing or the use of macros in-game. There's still many different ways that multi-boxers can do multi-box things. It's just, yes, using the simple software that people have always used in the past, namely IS Boxer being the big one, is now going to not be viable for multi-boxers anymore. /follow is going to be popular again, yes. /follow macros, absolutely. Right, let's get all of the leatherworking related stuff out the bank. Got a whole bunch of these bones. In fact, if I was smart about this, I'd look up my leatherworking guide. So then I can see if anything's changed. We needed about 300 desolate leather, 320 desolate leather last time I did this. Well, I've got 500 odd, so that should be good. I needed desolate leather scraps, which I don't have because I didn't do skinning. Thanks, mate. I made sure to smash the like button. Thank you, my man. Well done. Thank you, thank you. Beta hype. Open bags? What do you mean open bags? Oh, you want me to open these bags? Want me to open these ones? Maybe I'm saving these for a rainy day. I've only got 13 of them. You can still use IS Boxer without broadcasting inputs though, can't you? PoE has no broadcasting rule as well, and you can use IS Boxer. Broadcasting can't be enabled. Yeah, I suppose that's true. But the problem is you throw down a great risk to your account just by having IS Boxer running on your computer, because the Warden software that Blizzard used to detect bots is likely now going to look for IS Boxer as a program running on your computer, and if it finds it, it's going to just instantly deem your account as a bot. That's the likelihood of what's going to happen going forward. In simple terms. 340 desolate leather, 100 to 200 desolate scraps, 250 callous hide scraps, 150 callous hide, 20 desolate leather, and 2 heavy callous hide was roughly the total. Roughly? That sounds like you've copied and pasted that from somewhere. But no, you're right. I've got that wrote down here as well. That was roughly the thing. The problem is I don't have all of the scraps because I've not done any actual skinning. Oh, of course, yeah. You sent me the spreadsheet with it all, of course. Right, so that should probably do. We should be able to level skinning with this at the very least. Even without the scraps, I can just do some other funky stuff to try and work it out. Do I have any heavy? Oh, I don't have any of the big stuff. We can craft a few. We only need a handful of them. It's fine. Right, I need to now work out quickly who actually is the leatherworking dude on this server. Where's the mailbox at? The mailbox is here. I think my leather worker is the office. I think. Now I genuinely can't remember. I should have just named my characters what profession they were. It would have made my life so much easier. Where's... Boom! Leatherworking and engineering. Yeah, maybe we'll level that one day. Hang on, where's the mailbox gone? The mailbox is over here. Right, so I need to send all the materials to the office. I really should have just set up a guild for all of these guys and put all of the materials in a guild bank. That would have been 10 levels more simple, but... Have a bunch of materials, go. I'm only trying to get the leatherworking leveled up again for the purpose of just refreshing my memory exactly how the profession works and how it flows, so that when I do my deep dive I'm not making any silly mistakes. That's my main plan of action for today at least, so we'll get that done and then we'll see how long that takes us. Let's put these over here. We've got the bones, we've got the leather. So this is going to be, arguably this will be a lot less than optimal way of leveling leatherworking, but if it works, it works. Did you use EMA for multiboxing? Occasionally. I found that EMA often would cause quite a lot of conflict with some of the other add-ons. And it wouldn't always do exactly what I thought it was meant to be doing. So I didn't tend to use... I genuinely kept my multiboxing add-ons to a very bare minimum. EMA did have some helpful tools though. It was very helpful for just taking flight points and stuff automatically and that sort of thing. Which I imagine is something that's going to still be perfectly viable. I didn't want to react off the hip, but after sleeping on it, I'll be refunding Shadowlands I purchased. Multiboxing was my fun in the game. Been playing since early 2007. Sad day. Yeah, I get it. I get it. That's not following their own TOS though. How do you mean? Oh, are you referring to the even using EMA going forward? I mean, EMA doesn't, in essence. Oh, I suppose arguably it probably does. Maybe there'll have to be some changes to the rules and regulations regarding add-ons, and maybe EMA will no longer be a valid add-on. Maybe maybe they'll change it so that EMA won't be able to do half the stuff that it can do even. I don't know. I don't know how these add-ons work behind the scenes. I'm not super technical with that stuff. But yeah, EMA was entirely plausible to do most of the multiboxing work without the need of any software running behind the scenes. But you can kind of argue that even an add-on doing it is additional software. Where am I going? Professions, leatherworking. Let's put that down here because we're going to need it. Right, let's get this. Let's see if we can quickly. Oh, we're going to need thread like nobody's business. Let's go buy a whole bunch of thread then. No, you're the skinning trainer. Where's the vendor gone? Where's the vendor gone? You're the vendor. Let's just buy... I don't even have a lot of gold. Let's just buy 100 of these. Hopefully we don't need too many of them.
It would be my pleasure to help.
Lazo, I sort of agree. I have refunded 6 of my Shadowlands pre-orders off the back of these multi-boxing changes. Not that I mean, I would still enjoy multi-boxing in some aspects, but they've put up this barrier that is... It's equally going to mean that anybody that actively multi-box in the game going forward is just going to get harassed to all levels of hell. Even more so than what they did previously. Even though Blizzard have once again come out and said that multi-boxing is not a bannable offence, it's not against their terms of service. It's just given the casual multi-box hater more reason to go out and like harass people that do multi-box. Bit of a shame. I genuinely think that legitimate multi-boxes are taking a fall for the fact that Blizzard can't control the bots in the game. But yeah, that's me getting more into a Manthieus way of looking at it. Desolate leather armor kits. Where's my Shadowlands leatherworking guide? Let's see how closely I need to follow this. Armor kits up to 25. Gone yellow at 10. Still probably cheaper to use. Still going to be cheaper to make armor kits. Make 5 more of these as it's probably going to go green. Went green very quickly. Come on, 15. Still 14. Oh, I don't want to burn through all of my leather just creating stupid armor kits. There we go. What did that take? That took 25 armor kits this time. Damn, that was a that was a lot more armor kit. I think that pattern went green a lot quicker than it used to, but sure. What do we got here? 10 desolate leather, 5 bones, only a single skill point. 6 leather, 3 bones for 2 skill points. 9 leather for 2 skill points. Either or really, it doesn't matter at this point. I've got both. I'm not looking to do it in a super optimal fashion. I'm just looking to get to 100. What did I suggest doing previously? Desolate leather gauntlets was my suggestion from this point. Create 3 of them. We'll just make a couple of these because we've got the bones spare. Then we want to look at making a few desolate leather helms, or desolate scale helms, I'd imagine. 10 just leather, or 6 leather and 4 bones. We'll go with these for now. How many does it say we should make? 5 of them. Oh, I suppose we're getting 3 points each now. There we go, it's gone yellow. My dogs are going mad. I think that's the wife with the lunch. 2 desolate leather pauldrons is what I previously looked at doing to get to skill 42. Aha, doorbell. Una memento. We're back. Turns out, lunch has arrived. Lunch is in the form McDonald's. We have ourselves double cheese. Everybody loves a double cheese. And of course, some fries. And some chili cheese tops. Yes. Yes, we do. Right, let's crack on with this. Where did we get to? We got to skill 36. On which EU server do I play on? Mostly Sylvanas is the main server that I play on, but I have characters on other servers as well. My definite plan for Shadowlands is to diversify the amount of servers that I play on. Because only playing on one, you tend to find that you come into limitations with playing on one quite quickly when it comes to making gold. But we'll primarily Sylvanas. What should we be making now? We need to get. We've hit 36. Pauldrons up to how many of them? 2 of them. That will get us where? That will get us to 42 maybe? Is it worth making these crafters marks at this point? Only uses 5, uses a few curing salt. These are actually advantageous to craft at this point. At this point you can craft desolate hide scraps for easy skill points, buying the scraps off the auction house and if needed until 60 easy points. You're going to need them later. So this is where I could really do with some desolate hide scraps. Although we've not learned scraps are not a thing anymore. Hey, this is interesting. That's why I haven't got any desolate leather scraps or desolate hide scraps, because desolate hide, or because it's callous hide nowadays, and callous hide scraps aren't a thing. So this is actually slightly different in terms of how we're going to go about leveling it than it was before. Interesting. But first and foremost, I need to quickly eat some McDonald's because I'm hungry. Yum, yum. So, I always enjoy watching you eat. You weird pervert. So, at this point, we actually probably should look at making some of these crafter's marks instead. These are going to be our easy skill points, or are they? In fact, continuing with the shoulders looks like the best option right now, because they're going to give us 3 skill points for only 8 pieces of leather. Or alternatively, the male versions of, depending on the price of bones. Where's this composite bow gone then? Ah, this is using that stupid twilight bark that I never have. These are actually pretty good to make. 5, 6, 7 base materials. Could you do an ASMR eating video? Hell no. 9 materials for 3 skill points. 7 for 2. What's the reason you have chosen Sylvanas? I'm just asking because I'm considering going to Ravencrest. Well, to be fair, I've been on Sylvanas for years. I can't really remember the reason why I chose Sylvanas in the first place. Probably because it was a pop-in server back in the day. It was a high pop server back in the day, and I like playing on high pop servers with a good economy. Although it's not so much the case anymore, so I am somewhat thinking of changing. I'm also very aware of that if I continue to make content around goal making and World of Warcraft, and make the mistake of actively telling people what server I play on, I'm likely to just cause myself more issues than anything else. is the honest answer of why I might consider changing servers. I was looking at Ravencrest, looked at the top guilds on WoW Progress, and all the top guilds have transferred to Horde. Interestingly, didn't one of the big... I can't remember who it was though. Hasn't one of the big top guilds recently changed to Alliance, which was interesting to me. It seemed to swing in the opposite direction. I saw or read something somewhere, maybe it was on Twitter or something, I can't remember. Exorcist, is it? They're the Russian guild, right? I can never keep track of this sort of stuff. Russian servers are usually heavy Alliance. Or maybe it was just for economy reasons rather than progression reasons. Oh, interestingly, I would actually probably want to craft these things now. I don't have any of this stupid twilight bark. I'm not going to go farm some just for the purpose of leveling this, but... Dwarf racial is going to be strong, but they changed the bleeds to not work with it. Yeah, I saw that they've changed some of the racials so that they are going to be less effective in the new raid. Oh, it's annoying. I really want to craft just 2 of these. I wonder if I've got 4 twilight bark on my other character.
I know our endeavors.
Dumped all my materials in the bank, haven't I now? That's the issue. No, Hall of Holdings, this one.
May I tempt you with
Please have 4 twilight bark. Please have 4 twilight bark. Hey, I've got 5. Excellent. Told you doing some mining in Ardenweld would pay off. There we go. Mining will always go better with herbalism than skinning will. Skinning puts the requirement on you to actually kill things. Although you specified when leveling. No, I'd still say herbing and mining is more advantageous whilst leveling even. Although skinning is a gathering profession, it works kind of independently. And it specifically requires you to have to kill beasts to... and you're very unlikely to mob grind for the purpose of leveling. So being able to pick up herbs and pick up ore is basically just some free cheeky experience, an extra gold whilst you're leveling. Where was the leatherworking trainer gone? I was literally standing right near it a minute ago. This is blacksmithing, leatherworking, here we go.
It is clear you deserve all.
I should focus on eating my food. $53, $55. They've gone yellow. Oh, this is really interesting. The fact that there's no scraps. The fact that there's no scraps has really changed the way that this profession levels up. In a fashion that makes it more costly than what it was when I first did it. Because you actually now have to create a whole bunch of armor. You used to get like half your skill points just from turning scraps into like regular pieces of leather. So 55, we get 2 skill points. The shadow scale stuff starts to get expensive because it's using callous hide all of a sudden. Do you think it's a bad choice to put Alchemy Inscription on my Paladin in Shadowlands? Not at face value, no. Although these are the cheaper ones, aren't they? Because they're only using the callous hide, not the heavy callous hide. 20 bones though, and 20 leather. So yeah, these are starting to get like real pricey. So actually 30 leather is likely going to be more cost effective. We need to make 3 of these then. Arguably we should just be making crafter's marks though, you know. I mean, would these professions be better for another class or more beneficial at least? There's a whole bunch of factors at play. If the Paladin is going to be your main character, then having Inscription on your main is somewhat valuable because there's a lot more reputations you need to grind to really maximize Inscription. But if you, that's for the purpose of the contracts. But if you only want to use Inscription for Darkmoon cards, for example, you can just have that left on a level 50, 51 alt and still be able to make Darkmoon cards on it. There's a lot more variables at play. It depends on whether that character is going to be your main one or your main's going to be a DK with engineering and blacksmithing. Well, if that's the case, if this is just going to be an alt for you, then yeah, no real issue. There's not any heavy requirements to have certain professions on certain characters anymore. It used to be. I understand why a lot of people have this sort of mindset because for a long time it has been the way. To a lot of people, having a paladin that can't make like plate gear just sounds dumb. But realistically, your blacksmith can be any character you want, and you can just send your paladin the plate gear to wear, sort of thing. It's now that virtually everything is bind on equip, it makes no real difference. That's 65. We're getting closer to that 100. We get to make heavy desolate leather at 70. Enjoy the snacks. I am. So, a cheeky McDonald's for lunch every once in a while is nice. Why do we get the ability to create this and it doesn't give us multiple skill points? Whereas this previous one that costs less does give us multiple skill points. This is things that always confuses me. The newer pattern that costs more to make doesn't give you as many skill points. Real odd. Real odd. 1 callous hide, 15 bones, 20 leather. 30 leather, 1. Well, we might as well use up some of these bones at least. I'm going to need to make 3 of these, aren't I? Let's just make them one at a time because there's a good chance that these are going to go yellow. The only difference would be needing 60s for Legos, right? Assuming you weren't going to level the alts anyway. Yeah, very true. Yeah. If you have no intention to actually level them to 60, then it's a slightly different question. But off-topic question: Patreon doesn't give a coffee cup next to the name, right? Unfortunately, not. There's no way for me to link Patreons to YouTube. Unfortunately, although as much as I would like to make that a thing, there's no real way for me to do that. And unlike Twitch, there's not even a way for me to like gift you one. It's not possible, unfortunately. But Ruslan, your support is appreciated all the same. Heavy desolate leather, we can make 21 of these. I don't think we need to go as far as making 21. I can't remember how many heavy desolate leather we actually end up needing. I think it's quite a lot. We've hit, where are we? We're level 71. Shade-bound waist guards. Oh yeah, the whole leveling of engineering is being changed. Am I going to have to do a 1 to 100 leatherworking guide version 3.0? I think I probably am, aren't I? Your efforts are worth being supported. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. What are my thoughts on the multi-box thing? How will it affect the markets? Will alchemy be supreme again? Alchemy is going to be in a good position. Obviously, we're new expansion, new raid, new mythic plus. Alchemy is always going to be good. Realistically, long term, I don't think it's going to have any effect whatsoever. Put it simply, there's just not the percentage of people that are multi-boxing in relation to the entire server's population is not significant enough for it to actually have as dramatic a difference as people believe it might do. Maybe I can join the coffee club via YouTube if I turn on your VPN. It can be an option, maybe. I'm really not sure. I thought that YouTube now had it set so that most countries could use the join function, but maybe not, unfortunately. Strongest opinions to earn gold with? Any of the armor crafting professions are going to be very strong, at least early days. So tailoring, blacksmith, leatherworking, jewel crafting to a degree. Less multi-boxers equals less herbs. More single account people farming equals more herbs. Yeah, in essence, it's a balancing act, isn't it? So people haven't been actively farming herbs and ore because multi-boxers have been doing it and meeting the demands of the server themselves. If multi-boxers aren't doing it, it just means more single people are going to go out, and so the amount of herbs won't realistically change in much dramatic fashion, I don't believe. Do we keep doing heavy desolate leather? I think we probably do. We're gonna burn through a bunch of it in a minute, I feel. This is what I usually consider free skill points if you can turn a material into another material. Need to eat the rest of my chips. Do we look at well, we don't have any heavy callous hide. Now, arguably, the cost of crafting this is going to be ludicrous. Belinda Santa, thank you very much for the sub. Welcome to the channel. I say welcome, you've been here a while, but thank you very much all the same. Do we want to just continue with these, or do we want to start... Hang on, these go up in multiples of 3. We want to leave ourselves a nice multiple of 3, I think, to hit 100 from this point. So 21, we've missed 21. Okay, maybe create a couple of these. We're likely going to have to need... I know for a fact I need some heavy callous hide eventually anyway. I think for as long as it stays orange, it's worthwhile me crafting it. It's still orange. I know I don't need more than 5 though. But to craft more now might be a bit of a waste, but I then might need the callous hide instead. Could I, in theory, just make 5 of these? I could, couldn't I? I need heavy desolate leather. Oh, is that what I'm going to be missing out on? I'm going to be missing out on large quantities of heavy desolate leather. Ouch. Ouchosaurus. Oh, unless I use a bunch of bones. Oh, it still requires 10 each. Oh, damn. I might not have enough materials, you know, to get this to 100. Oh, damn. Well, can I get this maybe to 91? If I can get this to 91, I might have enough. Or can I just continually craft this up? I probably can. What are these saying? 12, 24. I'd need 36 of them to create 3. $10, $20, I need 30. Oh my god, I don't think I'm going to have enough materials, you know, to even hit 100. Can I get 3 more skill points out of this? I've just realised my 1 to 100... Oh, now it's gone stupid on me. I need 8 points. Of course I only need 8 points. Yeah, my 1 to 100 guide for leatherworking is now way out of date. Oh, hang on. We don't want to make another one of those. But, we need 7 more points. In fact, I do. I want to get to 94. Please get me to 94. Come on, 94. This is mental expensive. I need to not be doing this. There we go, 94. Now I only need to make 2 of these. Or 2 of these. Create all of those. I don't want to spam the chat on my question, but could you answer my question above? Oh, did I miss something? Oh, woke up at 2 AM today, read the thing about the multiboxing, so decided to buy a load of herbs. So I can level alchemy, inscription and milling. Do you think it was a dumb idea? Not really. I've recently gone through and leveled most of my stuff on BFA. Arguably there's not much with inscription and alchemy that is going to be useful going forward into Shadowlands, but at least for the immediate future, there's still some gold to be made. Thankfully it's only the 42 to the 65 point, the rest of the crafts have been the same. Adding an extra 180 desolate leather to the materials though, pricey. Just 10 extra callous, so not too bad. Well, the argument is, for the leveling, is this even still hasn't been the optimal way to do it. Because I was basically doing it using simply the materials that I have available to me, just to try and get to 100. In reality, if you also have skinning, you'll find that you get a lot more of these materials already. By default, you'll have heavy desolate leathers by default. You'll have heavy callous hides by default if you do skinning. Admittedly, yeah, if you buy all of the materials off the auction house, it might be a little bit different. Yes, it's interesting to see there are definitely some changes to how you would go about leveling leatherworking from what it was only a while ago. Simply because they've removed the scraps. I think that's the main thing. Removing the scraps has made it so that also means skinning is probably totally different again. We need to go do some skinning. Ah, damn. See, this is why I wanted to do it. If I went and did a deep dive on leatherworking, using just my experience of leveling up leatherworking in the past. A lot of everything, all my information's out of date. And with no patch notes from Blizzard, I don't know any of this until I learn it myself. Which is annoying. I wish Blizzard would be better with their patch notes. Did they change skinning? Well, the likelihood is that they have made changes to skinning. It doesn't appear as if the scraps are in the game at all anymore. To my knowledge, they removed the petals and the fragments from ore. So regardless of what level you are, you just get like a minimum of one piece of ore every time you mine it, and it slowly goes up. I need to level another miner and another herbalist to test that out specifically, but it also looks like they've removed scraps, leather scraps from the game, which has changed dramatically how you level up the profession. But that equally then means the acquisition of those materials is different. You're no longer going to get scraps when you're skinning. You're only going to get like base leathers. So instantly that's made two of the videos that I had planned to release null and void because they've changed the way that the skinning works again. So we're going to need to do some skinning in the next day or so. Possibly even now, actually. We might do a bit of skinning now. What time is it? We got a bit of time. We might do some skinning now. I need to eat these chips, though, before they go cold. Interestingly, I don't think I have a character on this realm that's got skinning. I wasn't planning to have to go and do more skinning. What's in the Unlearned tab? Heavy Desolate Armor Kits, that's still the same. Still only requires Honoured. Get this, bang this out in a day. And then it's just the Legos. They've not changed anything about the Legos, have they? Oh, have these numbers changed? That seems expensive. Where's my cheat sheet? Let's go leather. Bone Shatters, the male ones. 20 pallid bones, check. 25 enchanted, yes. 1 heavy callous hide, yes. 5 heavy desolate leather, 5 heavy desolate leather, yes. 50 regular leather, yes, and an arboreal shard. Oh, okay, so the numbers are still the same on these. Oh, I really wish Blizzard would sort its patch notes out. I don't like having to find changes through trial and error. That gets really frustrating. Right, well, it looks like we're going to go do some... we're going to have to create a new character quickly. We're going to go do some skinning. But before we do that, I need to go take a bathroom break. I'm busting for a pee. You guys have done really well with the like button today. Props to you. This time I won't tell you to press the like button. Not like I do every other time I take a bathroom break. This time I'm not going to do it. You don't have to press the like button if you don't want to. I'm not going to tell you to do it this time. Alright, back in 2. Alrighty, we're back. So, yeah, skinning. Let's do some skinning. Now, I need... What's going to be... If I knew how to play a Demon Hunter, I would probably make a Demon Hunter. I might cheat and just be a Hunter again. Why add complexity? You spam 2 abilities. Probably the case. Create a new character. Or do I have skinning on one of these guys? How many characters have I got? Urban mining. 2 professions, 2 professions, 2 professions, 2 professions. No, I do need another character to have everything. Let's go with, I don't know, a hunter. Yeah, she'll do. Oh, I'll tell you what. Chat, pick a name. Let's do some interactions here. We need a name for this wonderful gnome. That's going to do skinning. In fact, I've just realised, is there a class that has a benefit to skinning? I think Worgens actually have a benefit to skinning, don't they? Oh, sorry guys and girls, we're instantly going to be a Worgen just because we have skinning skill and speed increased. Although, for the purpose of actually testing, no, we are going to go gnome. It's fine. As I would want to provide numbers for skinning without people having to be a certain class. If you are a Worgen, then you will get better results than what I will be able to show. That is always better than saying, look at the results I get with my Worgen, and everybody that's not a Worgen goes, oh, I can't get those results. It's a mindset thing. Did we have any, can we keep politics out of it though, maybe? Maybe for one day. I know there's some big political event going on today. I'm not entirely sure what it is. But can we somehow keep that? So unfortunately, we're going to need some new names for our new skinning character. Danny DeVito. If it makes me giggle, it's good enough. Merkel, look. Look, I said we're keeping politics out of it. Right, Danny DeVito it is. Go. Why ask? Why did I ask chat for names? What did I expect? Oh my god, add-ons for days. Everything's gone mad. Add-ons, Danny DeVito, disable all. Is there anything I'm actually going to need? Probably not. Are multi-boxers really gone? They're not gone, but it's now going to be more difficult for... I thought I was sat on the floor with long legs then. I was like, what's going on? No, it's this other character. They've just made it more difficult for multi-boxers to do multi-box things. No longer are they going to be able to use pieces of software like IS Boxer, as Blizzard will consider that TOS. Against the TOS, I should say. Let me quickly nom some chips and then we're good. McDonald's fries, lovely. Even if cold. But don't worry. After the stream today, I'll record a somewhat structured video about the multi-boxing situation to keep everybody in the loop. Arguably, if you search YouTube right now, you'll probably find 10 people have done videos on multi-boxing already. But I thought it was a bit more sensible to kind of, you know, discuss it a bit first, think about it in a bit of detail, accumulate a structured opinion rather than just like shooting from the hip with a gut feeling. Why listen to them when I come here to see you? Boom! Best answer I've heard today. High five. Okay, McDonald's is done. Get that out of the way. Now we can get on to some skinning. That's the real. Well, we need to pick a covenant, aren't we? What's going to have the best burst AoE covenant-wise for skinning? Night Phase seems pretty advantageous. Well, I need to talk to them anyway. Is the Manthieus one going to do anything for me? No, it's just single target. Necrolords have the Death Chakram on a hunter, which is pretty banging for AoE. What is it, 45-second cooldown? I think Necrolord is going to be the best option, I think. Kyrian, I can't even remember what they have. Oh, the Resonating Arrow. Nah, I just don't like Kyrian. Sorry, Kyrian.
You could probably use a little help, huh?
Do we go Kyrian? Sorry, do we go Night Fae or should we go Necrolord? I like the Death Chakram. It's on a 45-second cooldown rather than a 2-minute cooldown as well, which is going to be better for skinning. Let's go Necrolord. There's me once again asking the chat for an opinion and not even waiting for an answer. Necrolord, go. Where's me pet? In fact, we need to change the UI ever so quickly. System, no, not system. Interface, auto loot, hell yeah. What am I looking for? I'm looking for action bars, that's the one. Couple of them. That'll do. Now we should be able to get our pet. Let's fix our bars quickly. That one up there, that one there. This thing over here. That's shift 4, that's off the bars. This is over here, that one's there. Disengage is shift wheel down. Arcane shot can go away. That's there. What am I missing? Where's Bestial Wrath? There's Bestial Wrath. Where's Kill Command gone? Kill Command.
I don't have a target.
I'm missing. What am I missing? What's meant to be here? Oh, Cobra Shot's meant to be there. What's meant to be here? No, multi-shot's meant to be there. Why am I missing Q? Q's exhilaration. Is it? No. Fuck, I can't remember my own keybinds. My brain is not in gear. Too much multi-box talk, I tell you, that's what it is. Q is men pet. That's meant to be there. Trank shot we could probably put down here. Concussive is shift E. Am I missing anything else? I don't think I'm missing anything else, am I? Oh, talents. Talents, of course. Of course, the talents. Brain think. There we go. Do we want to go kill command deals 50% more damage, or do we just want another pet? I suppose we should probably go animal companion. Trailblazer, 30 focus you spend reduces the cooldown on exhilaration or movement speed between mobs. Movement speed, murder of crows for single target, Hornsby Wild, Stomp for AoE, Threat, and then Aspect of the Beast. Alright, so that's meant to be there, that's meant to be... I think that's our buttons done. I think we're good to go. Now we've got a moth and a flappy thing. We're good. Now we need to go get skinning. Yeah, whatever that is. And we're off. Right. I questionably need to actually do the first couple of quests in the to get my Covenant abilities as well. Oh, we need some gear. We're not going to run around doing skinning in this crappy gear. That's a madness. Give me some honor points. Thanks everybody for not reminding me about the gear. Where do we pick up the gear from now? I can't remember. Alright, we've got 2 minutes of gear craziness to do. One of them. Probably one of them. One of them. One of them. Oh, this is where I forget to blink and my eyes start watering. Every time. Oh, we need some boots. Belt. Cloak. A couple of rings. And a neck. Bingo, is that everything? Should also be able to get this up pretty high item level and all. I'm very aware very aware my plan was to try and make it so that any sort of skinning results that I give are somewhat, you know, available to the masses. When it comes to gear, I think it's just sensible because I'm going to end up with like 190 gear from upgrading this. You can get 197, but then I have to, blaming the viewers, I have to go to my Covenant. Oh, Jesus, I need to do all that first anyway. Right, so I need to go to my Covenant first. Because you have to pick up a couple of quests from the Covenant. Oh, all of this to do some skinning, goddamn. I should probably remember to actually just pick up skinning in the first place. Yeah, 197 is the maximum item level you can get your PvP gear to now. They've given it a 7th rank. Where's skinning then? Engineering, jewel crafting. No, skinning's the other end. This looks like skinning zone. Skinning, boom. Is it worth me picking up any other profession on this dude? Probably not. Yeah, I'm being time gated on the beta. Simply for the fact that I have to go and actually do something before I unlock everything. Right, go to Muldraxxus. Go to the place where we need to go. That one. Leak readout. Right. So we'll test some skinning. I've not got a huge amount of time because I don't want this to be a 5-6 hour stream today, because I want to make sure I have a bit of time to put together a constructive this is where I forget to blink line of the day. Yeah. I want to have a little bit of time to put down some constructive thoughts and make a video about this multi-boxing. So I'm not going to stream for forever and a day today. But we've got half an hour or so to get some skinning done. That's my plan of action for the rest of the stream today. It's been a bit of a crazy one today. I certainly didn't expect to wake up and to have such a hot topic of conversation to talk about today. I also genuinely feel it's very, very cheeky of Blizzard to make a change so dramatic as this, so close to the... I mean, theoretically, Shadowlands should already be released by this point, under normal circumstances. You imagine if they released Shadowlands, then told people that multi-boxing was against going to be, or the use of third-party software to assist with multi-boxing was going to be against TOS. I've got to be careful with how I phrase that, or it will get clipped out of context. Imagine if they'd done that and then told everybody that bought 8 Shadowlands accounts that no, you can't have a refund because your account's already active. That would have been a real shitstorm. Then you'd have seen just how many multi-boxers there actually are. Whereas now, at least to my understanding, it's still a pre-order. You can always cancel a pre-order and get a refund. Feels like they want to make Shadowlands as clean and as successful as they could make it. Well, Blizzard have a lot riding on Shadowlands. They have a hell of a lot riding on Shadowlands. Blizzard have never had 2 bad expansions in a row. We've had this kind of weird flip-flop sort of expansion release, where we've had a good expansion, then a bad expansion, then a good expansion, then a bad expansion. And arguably, within that pattern, BFA has been the bad expansion. If they are to have 2 bad expansions in a row, so if they mess up Shadowlands, there is a hell of a lot riding on Blizzard to not fuck this up. And that, I arguably feel, is probably the reason to why, one of the biggest reasons why we had the delay, because they just could not risk releasing the game being half broken and it becoming a second bad expansion. Because I'm not. I mean, this has never been publicly spoken about by Blizzard, nor can it really ever be proven. But I genuinely feel that like Blizzard are creating expansions like 2 at a time. There was back in the day before Legion came out. Legion was meant to come out before Warlords of Draenor. They were working on Legion before Warlords of Draenor, and they had to switch the order of the expansions pretty late in the development cycle, as far as they're concerned. And that in itself gave me the thought process that they probably create 2 expansions at a time. They create as much of an expansion as they can to tide people over for 2 years, while they actually work on the expansion that they want to be the good expansion. And with that mindset, it very much gives you the ability that Shadowlands has got to be the good one, but they've had so many problems with getting Shadowlands right that they're like, fuck, it has to work properly this time. Rumours of Team A and Team B. Legion was from Team B, and so is Shadowlands. Yeah, there's lots of rumours like this. Nobody really has a full idea of exactly how it works, but they had to or they chose to. They had to from a business point of view. They chose to from a gameplay and quality point of view. Skip ahead, we know this. Give me all of the things. We're literally here just so we can get... Yeah, like I said, this is once again this is just speculation because we don't know these things for a fact. But I've thought for a long time now that Blizzard probably create their expansions in pairs. As it simplifies, long term it probably simplifies development. And it means they don't... Because you imagine, you look at something like Call of Duty that releases a brand new game every year. They release a brand new game every year, but the core foundation of most of that game is exactly the same as what it was before. It's a copy and paste with some extra stuff. Whereas World of Warcraft is concerned, though, there's a limit to how much they can copy and paste. They can copy and paste very basic stuffs, but there's still a lot of things that they have to build on top of the core systems. I'm not actually sure why I'm doing all these quests. I don't think I really need to. Oh, I need to put 3 conduits. This is something that's changed as well. They now give you... I know this is totally off topic. We were going to do some skinning. They now actually give you 3 conduits to begin with. 1 endurance, 1 potency, and 1 finesse. So you can actually make a constructive choice at the beginning. So now we're going to go potency. We're going to put this one in there. We're also going to learn this. We're going to learn our endurance slot because we can. Opening of locks requires something. Defeating enemies has a chance to deploy your plague boy and cleansing cloud. Sure, whatever. We don't have another potency slot, which is a boo, but we do have our finesse one. While channeling craft, you're immune to craft. Yeah, sure, whatever. Excellent. Great stuff. Let's go. I think it's blatantly false that Blizzard has 2 teams working on WoW. They fired so much staff, they don't have enough for 2 teams. But I don't know. Like I said, it's all speculation. We don't really know. But I genuinely think that their development team as a whole is a World of Warcraft development team. Within that World of Warcraft development team, it is highly likely that they have 1 team of people working on the current expansion and 1 team of people working on the next expansion. That just makes logical business sense to me. In a game that is constantly changing and constantly evolving, you can't only have 1 team.
Only the strong survive. Every defeat is a lesson. For practice or commit the reserves. We must go.
Right, I think I've done enough to be able to go back and get some. That's unlocked most everything that we need. Now we can go back and upgrade our PvP gear. Then in fact I can half back, even better. Then we should be good to actually go out and do some skinning. I apologise, this has taken a lot longer than I planned it to, but I know at this point, as somebody who resubbed with excitement of pre-patch and October the 27th released, I'm getting quite bored levelling tombs. Hope the pre-patch content, or glad that the pre-patch content is coming next week though. Yeah, yes. I'm with you on that one. People need something to do in live right now. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm so fortunate. I feel so glad that I've had access to beta, that it means I've been able to sort of create these videos for you guys and research a whole bunch of stuff and do a little bit of that sort of planning ahead. If I didn't have access to beta right now, admittedly, I would probably be bored out of my skull. Yeah. Only having access to live right now, I appreciate, is probably not a great experience. Right, now we can do some upgrades. Let's go. Quote of the day time again. This is where I forget to blink. How many layers of Torghast will we be able to clear? Have you checked that? I mean, I've not tested super heavily. I mean, I might at some point look at taking a fresh level 60 character, not give them any extra benefits of gear, and go straight to Torghast and just see how far I can get. But that entire experiment could potentially take a whole day for me to do, which, when we've only got X amount of days left before Shadowlands even is a thing, I'm not sure how high up my priority list it's going to be. I'm sure somebody like Preach will do something like that. But to my understanding, I think I've got to level 5 or 6. Things start to hit pretty hard. You're really going to want to spend some time getting better gear. I don't genuinely feel that Blizzard want people to be able to complete all 8 layers of a wing in the first week. I think this also ties back to some of the changes for the Soul Ash. If people complete all 8 layers of a wing in week 1, it means next week they only have to run Torghast once. Or they only have to complete each wing once. If you complete Torghast 16 times in the first week to unlock layers 8, in week 2 you only have to complete Torghast twice. That basically means that people have quote unquote completed Torghast to a degree in the very first week of the game, which I don't think Blizzard have spent so much time and effort in creating the system. I don't think they want that to happen, you know. I reckon the average player is going to get to level 5, level 6, maybe level 7, but then very quickly realise that unless they win the RNGesus lottery and just get a really simple zone into one that's really simple for them, the mobs in there are going to hit significantly hard enough, and people are going to hit that death count and have to just kind of like either just keep trying and keep trying and keep trying until they get that perfect floor. But that in itself is very time consuming. I would imagine layer 6 is a good place to aim for in the first week. You level fast, go do some dungeons, get yourself some reasonable gear, get your professions up and running. Maybe get your grab a Dark Moon card, for example. If you do what is available to you in the first week, I imagine you can get to layer 6, maybe 7, quite comfortably. But I really, like I said, I really don't think Blizzard wants people to be able to complete all 8 layers in the first week. With the gear that you start on a beta when creating a character, 2 to 3 layers is the maximum, according to my friend. I mean, yeah, that would make sense. A freshly dinged character, a freshly dinged level 60, realistically should sort of be able to do the first few floors of Torghast. But then they really need to go out into the world and start looking at getting some better gear before they're going to be able to attack the higher floor levels. What's the status of torments in Torghast? Some of them were awful a few weeks ago. I've not really ran Torghast enough to really get a full feel for all of the variety that's possible. So I don't really know is the honest answer. Be curious on this. Do you think that it's best to level an alt first and then level your main through side content? No. It's already been somewhat determined that the fastest way to get to level 60 will be doing the actual regular campaign. If you choose to... What gear am I missing? Why is this one not upgraded? If you choose to do Threads of Fate, you have a lot more options to you to level, but Blizzard still want it to be slower. They don't want Threads of Fate to actually be the fastest way to level. So yeah, your main is going to level at pace through having to do the main campaign. But yeah, Threads of Fate is not going to be a quicker way to level. It's just a more flexible way to level. Why did I not upgrade all of these to 7 at the beginning? I'm not sure what I was doing. I was talking, that's what I was doing. I spent too much time blinking. That's really my problem. I blinked too often. There we go, 197, we're good. We're good. Now we can rock out with our yeah. Right. Pick a zone for skinning. Where's going to be the easiest zone for skinning? I'm saying Bastion. Bastion's definitely... Well, it's not the best, but it's the easiest. Do we go Bastion or do we go Ardenweld? Chat, you can decide.
It would be my pleasure to help you.
Bastion.
I know our endeavors will prove profitable.
Bastion. Everybody likes Bastion. We'll go Bastion then. Jesus, everybody prefers Bastion. Nobody likes Ardenweld. Holy smoke. Where's the flight dude gone? He's all the way over here.
The purpose revealed.
Alright then. Well. Majority has spoken. Ardenweld has too many aggro mobs. I mean, we are skinning at the end of the day. The point of skinning is to kill things, so... I was going to say the other one, but I didn't know how to spell it. Oh, I feel for you. That happens to me all the time. I change my opinions based on whether I can spell something. Yeah, I get it. I don't have enough information. I don't see the fact that you're trying to even make an informed decision is 10 levels better than what I expect from chat. Ardenweld has too many humanoids or what the fuck mobs. Yeah, I'll go with that one. TLDR for you though, guys. Ardenweld is going to be absolutely dominant when it comes to skinning. Just said Bastion because it looks pretty. Nah, fair enough. Fair enough. So, we should, in theory, be skinning level 1. We are basic Skinner. Skinner, chicken dinner. And let's kill things and do some skinning. Maybe I should put my window somewhere that you can see it. Let's put it here. How does that look on the stream? That'll do, won't it? Lock window. Let's make it a bit bigger. Oh, let's actually focus on killing stuff. Yeah, my bad. Do you still expect Inscription to be a top tier moneymaker early on? Yeah. Yeah, I can't see any reason why Inscription won't just make disgusting levels of money. The Dark Moon cards, regardless of whether they're BIS, are quite simply... I mean, I can't see anybody wanting to go into the first raid without a Dark Moon card trinket, a Dark Moon trinket. It just doesn't make logical sense for me to not want one of those. Even if it's not Biss. It's a 200 item level trinket. It's powerful AF. The only difficulty is going to be competition. The fact that anybody can bang out Dark Moon cards if they want to. The barrier to entry is very limited. Oh, come on, pets keep aggro. I've got 2 pets out, and between them they can't even keep aggro. Shadowlands world questing reminds me of that Storm Song one where the first objective is to get Tidal Chris, and then suddenly you need to kill 15 things and disrupt 8 rituals. I genuinely can't remember what that is. I'll have to trust you. But somebody keep an eye on what we're getting, because I'm trying to answer questions in chat and I forget what I'm actually trying to do, which is we're getting Pallid Bones and Desolate Leather on the regular from these guys, and of course we're getting skill points every time. Pallid Bones and Desolate Leather, we're getting them in almost similar quantities as well. I make this bag to be trade goods and do a sort. All our stuff will end up in here. Maybe I'll just close the other bags. Leave that one open so you guys can see what loot we've got. That's because it's horrible and nobody does it. Oh, well, that might be why then. Yay, 2 pets. Ah, well, I thought, you know, might as well. 2x leather for the first time on 13 skill points. I'm glad somebody is paying attention. That is good. Another 2x leather. 2x leather again. Put the wings out the way. I'll put the meat out the way as well, because that's not really what we're focusing on. Bones and leather. Does Gathering have ranks for the nodes or leather types? Nope. Nope. Real simple. No complications in Shadowlands. We can't have that. Can't have complications. They confuse people. Oh, 3 leather. 3 leather again. We got our first Callous Hide at 20. Now we're getting Callous Hide on the reg. Something I noticed about trainers reps yesterday: enchanting Lightless Silk and enchanted Callous Hide are on the trainer, but enchanted Lithium Bar is a recipe still. Yeah. Sucks to be a blacksmith. That's all I'll say. Blacksmiths are going to have to wait for enchanters to gain reputation. Luckily the Avowed is a faction that you can mob grind to gain reputation for. It's not strictly time gated. But it's, yeah, you're still requiring enchanters to actually do it. But that's equally something I still think they should change it. Either all of them should be rep gated, or none of them. I don't even mind if they're on different reps. I just think either all of them or none of them. I don't think having just like, yeah, it just feels weird having one locked away. Because the problem is it's no skin off the enchanters' back if they don't produce it. The blacksmiths are going to be dying out for people to do it. Meaning that blacksmiths are then likely going to want to, if they can't get enough, if there's not enough enchanters that are actually bothering to go and get that pattern, blacksmiths are likely to want to actually then have enchanting themselves to go be able to go out and do it. It's an odd one. I like when professions have synergies, but the synergy still needs to be uniform. At the moment, that doesn't feel uniform. But yeah, that's been a thing on beta for a long time. Now I didn't put a timer on because I'm not in essence trying to optimize things. I'm just trying to simply get it leveled up and see how it feels and see what the skill points are. So maybe once we've got max skill, and in fairness it's not really worth putting a timer on to try and do much like actual testing. Oh damn it, evaded. Until we're max skill anyway. Should I level up when Shadowland releases, or should I camp the auction house for herbs if I want to do inscription? It's up to you. I'm not here to tell you how to play the game. I'm just here to try and help you when it comes to goal making. From a goal making point of view, leveling is not beneficial if you're trying to make Dark Moon cards. By default, you don't need to level, so arguably my answer is to camp the auction house, but like play the game, you know. the goal making should always be your second priority. It should never be your first priority. We're now getting 4 leather, and we've only hit skill 36. Just saying. Why RIP? Some policy changes for Blizzard has made it harder for multi-boxers to use software that they've been using previously to continue multi-boxing, is the TLDR. This is way better than how skinning was a couple of months ago. Oh yes, this actually now feels like this is probably Blizzard's 3rd iteration of skinning on the beta. It was horrendously bad at the beginning. They made some changes to it about a month ago, but they seem to have gone back in and made even more changes to it since. There's now no longer scraps by the looks of things, which there used to be before. So desolate leather scraps, callous hide scraps. We're just getting the bones, the leather, and so far a few callous hide. But as you can see, our skill is still only 42, so we're still getting there. Did we skin something and get a barbed leg? We got barbed legs twice. We were skinning and we got grey items. Blizzard, please. That's not on. That's not on. Level 50 is okay for inscription of for scribes for Dark Moon cards. I don't know the exact ins and outs. You might need to do the more introductory quest and get to Ouroboros to get to the to get to the trainer in the first place. But 50, 51, You don't. There's no necessity to be level 60 for Dark Moon cards. At low level herbing, you can gain skills but not even pick up herbs or petals even right now. Kind of frustrating. Ah. Yeah, I guess since if they've removed the petals, that's probably the case. My pets are See, this is why I don't want 2 pets. Having 1 pet gets in the way. When you've got 2 pets, there's double the chance the damn thing's going to be... Oh, no, stop. There's something else to skin in a bush. Is that everything? That's everything. Speaking of not leveling, since my scribe is an old, does the intro take very long? 45 minutes maybe? You want to make sure you got your gnomish army knife for the gathering bonus. Always sensible. Interestingly, oh, there's our first heavy desolate leather. Look. Now up to 5 leather per skin. Is pretty tasty. Not going to waste my time just killing 1 dude. Is it still 150? Yeah, it's still 150 skill points. Why am I taking so much damage? No way I should be taking damage, that's crazy. Definitely starting to get the rare leather at a more consistent pace now as well. Or not the rare leather, the heavy leather, I should say. So 2x leather after 13 skill points, 3x leather after 25, so on. Callous hide on 30 skill points, heavy desolate on 50. Yeah, there's always going to be some sort of pattern.
The Forsworn seek to eliminate one of our strongest defenders. Find the Centurion Colossus known as Heraclor and defend him at all costs.
Even though we're leveling up skinning, this is still a remarkable amount of materials in what feels like a very short time. I don't know how long I've been doing this, but it doesn't feel like very long at all. I imagine like an hour's... There's a good chance now, you know, that in an optimal spot with some reasonable gear, you can absolutely cream through mobs. Skinning might be even more profitable than it was to begin with. Oh, hang on, why am I dying? We'll have none of that game. Last thing I need to do is start dying. That's crazy talk. When I had it worked out as about 1200 leather an hour, you used to be able to get. They eliminated zone-specific leathers. I was getting them as rewards from Ardenwell's Queen's Conservatory, but I think they are code remnants. Yeah, I think the zone-specific leathers are gonzo as well, almost entirely. There's no mention of them in the crafting professions now either. And imagine when you can skin stuff that just other people around you are killing. Well, that's it. This is if you can incorporate a 2x4 farming group where the 7 members of the group are killing a whole bunch of things, and you're literally there just running around skinning everything. You are going to be a very wealthy person. First, Callous Hide. We had Callous Hide pretty early on. That health bar. Oh, you're right, yeah. What? Well, how did my health go down to 10% without me even noticing? Maybe we'll chill out for 10 seconds. First one was on 30 skill points, okay. Need some leech. Yes, very true. Yeah, that is one thing that hunters do struggle with. Self-healing. I mean, the argument really should be for a hunter though, is that you shouldn't really be taking damage in the first place. And that's virtually the sole reason you have a pet, so. We are yet to get our first heavy Callous Hide. And I can't believe you guys chose didn't choose Ardenweld. I could be doing this so much faster in Ardenweld right now. Oh, I'm getting some bleed on me. That's what's taking all my health off. I equally should be using my fleshcraft ability as well, but you know, I'm not out here to play the game like a pro. Build your own abomination that becomes a mount. That's true. That's quite fun. Whoa, we're getting 7 desolate leather per skin right now. Big numbers. Wait, can we skin heavy Callous Hides? Yes. Yes, it is well, I say that, I've not done skinning for a long time. Let's see. It was possible to skin them previously. They may have removed them from the loot table and only make them craftable using the callous hide, but we'll see. We are still currently only skill 93. So there's a possibility that we can't, like, that we won't be able to loot them until we're like, I don't know, 100, 130, something like that. There's not enough mobs around here. God damn you guys making me go to Bastion where there's nothing to kill. I'm not killing one mob at a time, that's crazy talk. Although, it's arguably my own fault. I should never have asked you where we should go if I wasn't expecting to have Bastion as an answer. Entirely my fault. Now consistently getting 7 leather. That was 8 leather. You're going to be skinning and herbing on your main. Not on my main, no. I mean, I'll have a druid that will be my herb gatherer. Although I'm unlikely to actually have skinning on any of my characters. Even though it's looking pretty poggers right now. I mean, I might even just like start leveling my... It literally only takes me... By the time I've got a level 60 character, it's only going to take me, what is it, like 45 minutes to an hour to get any of my characters into Shadowlands. So I could theoretically have a nicely pimped out Demon Hunter, for example, just as my skinner. I've got so many max level characters right now, it's not really an issue to me. Time for me to go, see you tomorrow. Thanks for turning up today, thanks for your input, much appreciated. I will catch you around. We'll be live again tomorrow, so don't worry. Did we just get 10 Desolate Leather then? We did, we got 10. That's big numbers from a single skin. Can always switch zones, just a suggestion, and compare skinning in different zones. I mean, I already know which zones are good for skinning and which zones are not. I've done that research a long time ago. But realistically, you're not comparing apples for apples until you're max level in the profession. So when I hit 150, I can actually then go back and do some proper actual, somewhat scientific tests. 9 Desolate Leather in a single skin. But yeah, I'll give you guys a spoiler alert. Ardenweald is going to be the zone for skinning. Bastion is viable, but Ardenweald is where the money's at. Ardenweald is going to have slightly more requirement though on you actually having some reasonable gear to be able to do it effectively. While anybody can be out here in Bastion doing some skinning. Should really just stop taking damage. Maybe I'll use my fleshcraft. Maybe I will actually put my shield up for once. 8 desolate leather. Well, we're 116 already. Wonder if these things are. You just kill one of these quickly. You skin these? Can. While you skin, make your pet fight the next thing. Yeah, if I was in a zone that had plenty enough stuff, I'd do that. But I usually just pull everything together, area it down, and then move on. I'm telling you now, in Ardenweld, that's a very viable strategy. I've not found anything quite as sort of OP as like the Quill Rats, for example, though. So I think Blizzard have been slightly more cautious with how they distribute mobs. But I'm sure somebody will find something seriously overpowered I've overlooked. One of the first things I did in the beta was test skinning, so I've got a reasonable idea of where the good spots are. Still no heavy callous hide though. Does engineering have anything good for Mythic Plus and or raiding? Well, it's got the battle res now, which is arguably going to be the strongest reason why you would take engineering. Engineering is still very much, it's just all utility. Outside of its utility, it doesn't really offer much in terms of goal making. I know I've said for a long time that people who need to have engineering know why they need to have engineering. If you have to question if engineering is going to be good or not, the answer is probably no. That's not throwing shade on like any research that you've done on Shadowlands or anything. It's just engineering is typically a very niche profession. I just get a lot of people turn around and asking me, well, is it worthwhile I have engineering on my main in Shadowlands? And I'm like, well, no, not really, because there's nothing to really make any gold with. And then they respond with, well, I need the battle res for my Mythic Plus group. And I'm like, well, then keep engineering. Yeah, if you know you need it for something, then sure. Nothing I'm going to say is going to make any difference to that. And I wouldn't want to sway you otherwise. Oh, 2 heavy desolate leathers. Is that a thing? Is that the first time we've had duplicates of heavy desolate leather? I think it is, you know. Go back to the last zone. I don't like this hill. Oh, hang on. We're not meant to be down here. We're meant to be up the top. Where are we? 133. Few more skill points to go. Not many, though. 9 leather, 3 bones from a single skin. We're getting some well chunky results now. Popping off. Nine leather, 3 callous hide, 11 leather, 11 off a single skin. We're getting 10s and 11s on desolate leather on a regular basis now. This is popping off. Stupid dwarf's too short to see over the hill. I can't attack it because it's out of line of sight. Short people problems. Oh, there we go. Skill 141, we got our first heavy callous hide. So it is still possible to skin heavy callous hide, but at least by this point you have to get pretty high up in skill to be able to do it. How much meat are you getting? It's all in the bottom of the bag down here. Wow, 11 desolate leather in one go. Hopefully leather won't go for a gold a piece. No, the issue you'll come across. Whoa, hang on, what's going on here? Why have I got no? Where did my pet disappear to? The thing you have with leather is it's competition is your competition is not your best friend when it comes to skinning. As obviously only one person can skill a single mob. So there's somewhat a there's inherently less opportunity for leather materials than there are like herbs or that sort of thing. That's why skinning has to give you these really big numbers in terms of like per skin results. Because whereas a single node could be tapped by 10 different players, you kill a beast and that's like only one person can skin it. So on average, it has to give you slightly more, or at least that's the way that it like is logical. So without my glasses, that looks about 8 cooking. Well, we've had 1 seraphic wing, we've had 15 pieces of ethereal meat, we've had 15 shadowy shanks, we've had 16 ribs. And we've been killing like a little bit of variety. Oh, we've capped 150 skinning, by the way. I didn't even realise. So I genuinely I have no idea how long that was. What was it, like 40 minutes? Like just arsing about, not even really trying? Probably not even that. Admittedly, this dude carves through characters pretty quickly because he's somewhat geared, but I mean that was still very quick to level, and it was not until we hit skill 140 that we started to get these heavy callous hides in a little bit more of a regular. But we skilled to 150, we got ourselves over 400, roughly 400 desolate leather, only 50 bones, but that could be due to what we were killing. 25 callous hide, 69 giggity heavy desolate leather, and then 4 heavy callous hide. And a casual amount of meat for cooking. That wasn't too bad, you know. That wasn't too bad. It's interesting to see they've heavily ramped up the amount of leather that you get. That's probably got something to do with the sheer quantity of it that you now need for legendaries. You got to remember, to craft a single base legendary item, you need like 50 desolate leather right now, and like, what is it, something like 25 of these heavy callous hides. It's ridiculous. So yeah, maybe I'll do a bit of an overview on skinning as well. I've got so many videos that I can put out for you guys in the upcoming few days. So guys, I think I'm going to leave it there for today's stream. It's been a slightly longer one than I planned, and probably down to the fact that we had a big long ass discussion about the multi-boxing earlier. So big shout out to everybody that joined in today. Thank you very much. Your continued support and viewership is very much appreciated. So thank you very much. What's it today? It's Wednesday. So Thursday, depending on how the election goes, we will either be streaming or halfway through an apocalypse. Multi-boxing is less so of a thing anymore. But yeah, if everything goes to plan, you'll get a video out later on the channel about some multi-boxing, just to sort of sum it up and wrap it up. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Have fun. I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.